there a pen there? Yeah, it's because there's a pen there. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so shall we call ourselves to order? Valerie, I know there are 2 items we wanted to look at adding.
Correct, yes. We have a grant authorization request from the Recreation Department to apply to the Vermont Community Foundation for additional programming, and also the listers would like to request from the state an extension to for the grand list filing, but the letter of request needs to be signed by the chair.
Okay. Where do we want to add those to the agenda?
You want to tuck those maybe after 10, just before the meeting, because no one else will need to be here for those. So I think we just throw them at the end.
Okay.
Like a 10.1 and a 10.2.
Got it.
So Valerie, did you get the driveway access permit I sent you today too?
Yes, but I only had enough bandwidth to deal with last minute things, so that's going to have to wait. And also,
Okay, we'll have to let him know because we don't have another meeting for 3 weeks. So I'll let him know.
that's and plus it actually wasn't signed by Eric. It was signed by the applicant. So I didn't have a
No,
chance.
Eric signed the back of it.
No,
It's on the table tonight.
Oh, well, not the copy.
He
I was-
signed it after I sent it to you because he came in the office.
Well,
So that's all right. I'll let him know.
and it was dated January 5th. I mean, really? January 5th? Something like that. So anyway, no, I had questions and too much else was happening today.
Okay.
But I did get it.
Let me pull up that. All right, so here we go. So please welcome everyone tonight. I appreciate you coming in. Folks on Zoom, if you have a comment to make during the open session part, please just raise your hand and make sure that you're recognized before you jump in. Thanks so much. So here we go. Public forum. Anyone here this evening for public forum? Any hands? Anyone out here? Okay. That was easy enough. And department head roundtable. Why don't we start on our screen? Jill, do you want to catch us up?
You're muted.
You're muted, Jill. Oops, you're cutting out. Do you want to try it again?
Skip to somebody else and I'll log in from my computer.
Now we can hear you good now.
Oh, you can.
Right now.
All right, let me try this. There's something with when the case is on my phone, it makes the sound awful. Okay, so we had the pre-bid meeting last Thursday and it was great. We had 6 contractors that participated. They asked a lot of great questions. One thing that Steve and I were talking about is when you get down near the town garage, there's like a reported 2-inch line that comes off of the current main that's there. And the question is, where does it transition? So I haven't had a chance to talk to Eric in detail yet, but if he doesn't know, our thought was that if we did exploratory digging ahead of the last addendum that would go out next week, I think maybe like next Thursday would be the last addendum, we could provide the exact location because they were talking a lot about wanting to use different materials, requesting if they could use plastic instead of copper for the 2-inch service. And both of us were thinking no, and why would you bother, because it's only like 20 feet. So I think there's a misunderstanding on the scope of that. So we want to clarify it and possibly do a locate dig. Again, I'll speak with Eric about it, but I wanted to give you guys a heads up to see what you thought about that, to clarify, to try to not have them overbid in that spot.
I'm thinking that that's copper all the way. When it comes off of the ductile, I think it's copper all the way.
Yeah, I just don't know where, I don't know where the 2-inch taps into the ductile, whereabouts in the street.
We want to know if it's before or after the culvert.
I'm pretty sure it's before the culvert.
Okay.
Not
And
gonna
does
swear
it-
to it,
Does it currently go across the road to the road that's on the left, or is it that with this project, we want to move it across, like extend it across the road?
well, wherever it ties in, it heads right to the, well, you know where the shut off is. It heads right to that side door, right down
That's-
along to the, side of the building to the back corner.
I do know where the shut off is for your shop. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've definitely dug that up and marked it
Yeah,
out,
so-
so.
So it goes right there, Jill, and then it goes down alongside the building, and then it pops up, probably 8 feet off the back corner.
That's
Okay.
inside, that's inside though, isn't it?
That's where it
Yeah,
pops up on the
so-
Right, but
side.
it's buried inside.
Yeah, it
What's
comes in
proposed?
the door, by the door,
Yeah.
it comes in there, and then it goes along inside, along the wall, and then pops up about 8 feet from the back wall.
So what's
That's
proposed
no-
on the project is to extend it over to, I don't remember the name of the road that's across from your shop. It's got,
Lawson Lane.
Lawson Lane.
yeah, it's to just extend across to Lawson. So the question is, where would they pick up? If they pick up before the culvert, it's one set of expectations. If they pick up after the culvert, it's a different set of expectations.
I can't imagine they tapped into that 2-inch line to feed those houses. Actually, they,
No, they're all off of Liberty.
They
They're
come
off
off
of
of
Liberty
Liberty.
Street. However, they're supposed to connect to Pine
Right.
Street once you guys replace the water lines.
That's
Right, 'cause
why
they come
there's
out of that
supposed to be a
wall.
2-inch service that goes over to the beginning of that road.
Mm-hmm.
So the way that it's specified in the plans is really vague, and he and the bidders are concerned that they're basically gonna bid it really big and heavy because they don't know the detail.
well, Lawson's house must come off of Pine Street, and the Bill, what's his name's house comes off of Pine Street. Those two both come off of Pine.
Lawson and.
Bill
Mount?
Mount.
Mount, no.
No.
All those ones
The
on that
three out
corner-
back went through our property we had there,
Yeah.
came off of Liberty Street.
The
Deb's came off of Liberty Street.
Hams comes off Pine Street. Ham's old house.
Hammond's
Yeah.
old house comes off Pine Street, but all the rest of them,
Are you
Came
sure?
off.
Because I
oh
remember
yeah,
them digging.
I'm very
There
sure.
are 3 lines that came up your property. The first house, the second house,
No,
and
not the first house.
that one comes off of Pine.
That comes off of Liberty, but on her, close to her house. It may be come off of Pine, but the one behind them, no, we used to be
Yeah.
Oh.
Jermaine's house comes off of Liberty up through that property, and then the ones up back,
The
Yeah.
3 out back all go.
plus Jermaine's.
Yeah, but what Michelle is saying is what's trying to be picked up by the project is that they're supposed to put in a 2-inch service to service those on that drive from the new line on this project. I mean, it's
Right,
not
that was-
talking
That was
about,
the agreement.
anyways, just, I'll connect more detail.
I would figure it would be prior to the culvert, prior to the gate. The culvert's after the gate. So you wouldn't go beyond that. The access, Lawrence Lane Lawson Lane is prior to the culvert.
Okay, and then the other question for you guys with more history is that
After
we're
the
pretty
culvert?
sure that the valve that's on North Street that is at where the North Street water line connects to the Pine Street water line, that valve was replaced in the late 90s with the North Street project. So the replacement of that valve is not included in this project.
All three of those valves were put in when it was done, when North Street was done. And
Okay.
Hutchins did that work.
Okay, good. So I think we're in pretty good shape. The only other thing was the request from the highway department to make sure that the pavement went all the way to the south side of the road, meaning all the way to the grass. The water line, as you move towards North Street, gets closer and closer to the middle of the road, so it comes further away from the edge of the road. So there might be a touch of pavement that would need to get added into the project. And the tricky part is that the project is being bid as a unit price per foot of water line installed, AKA $300 a foot. So this contractor's gonna go in, use a giant spreadsheet, bid the entire project, take the 2,600 feet, divide their number and say, there's my unit price. But we're missing the unit price for paving. Like if we just have to add, I don't know, 50 cubic feet of paving or something of that sort, we want to make sure that we've got a unit price for paving in the ad alternates. Just wanted to make sure that that was something you guys wanted as well.
Well, I don't want a 1 foot strip of pavement left down the south side of the road and try to tie into it, because it'll never be right.
That's exactly how Eric feels, and I don't disagree with him, because it's going to end up looking awful.
Well, if you're saying pavement to the grass, isn't it pavement to the grass?
Well, no, it's the bid specs say an 8 foot cut.
Oh,
Yes,
And it's like,
Yeah.
it's like 9 foot to the grass.
okay.
it's
yeah.
like 9 foot to the grass for maybe the last couple hundred feet. And then, like, you know, you get to the last couple hundred feet and it's at an angle. It's at an ever so slight angle, moving further away from the edge of the road. So I could see where, in order for them to get the new water line in, if they just took 8 feet, they might need to scoot a little further with their cut. So I just wanted to kind of ask you guys if you agreed with that, because we might need a unit price should we run into the greater than 8 feet towards the end of the road.
Yeah, well, we definitely want to know what it's gonna cost. We don't want to get hit with an extra that we don't know what it's gonna be.
Well, I mean, the other option would be to say that they needed to go to the grass and do that by addendum, and they've got to figure out how far they've got to cut in. But then they're going to kind of bid it in a particular way where if it's not 8, I don't know. Right? When you're not precise, they start to put a bigger number because they don't know what their exposure is going to be.
Right. So
So
we'd end up paying for that extra foot the whole way though, if we do an addendum for,
And you say as
we
needed.
end up paying for that extra foot of paper. We're gonna pay for it either way, but
Well, she's saying it's only an extra foot at the last 100
Yeah,
feet. towards
when you're
North
when
Street.
you're on like by the town garage, 8 feet is plenty because the water line's getting pretty close to the edge of the road. So I mean, the question is, should it be an average of 8 feet and they only have to cut 6 on one end and they just kind of angle their cut?
well, they're gonna do that anyway. If they're
Yeah,
paying
you're-
attention.
Right. You're paying for a maximum of 8 feet, let's be clear, right? I didn't let them go beyond 8 feet because if you don't do that, they don't saw cut and you guys end up getting stuck with a bill for paving that's $300,000 instead of something reasonable. So we wanted to minimize the amount of asphalt they were gonna remove. That's the goal at the end of the day, but realize also, if it's something we can't reasonably justify to the water line, in other words, if we said, okay, you want to pave an extra foot just because, you know, you want it to look good, and I understand the argument. SRF's going to come back and say that's not an eligible cost. You're going to end up picking up on your own, right? It's not going to, you're not going to get a 50% deduct for that, so to speak. It's going to be 100% town funds. I mean, I haven't spent a lot of time with this. I'm happy to do that. Maybe you guys on the agenda. Maybe
Yeah.
I can come back and.
I don't know. Those were the two things, Steve, that I thought had the most of like potential for the
Right.
bid being not as pleasant as we'd like it to be.
Right.
Is there a reason we can't do it 8 feet all the way down through? I mean,
We
why
can't,
Why is the far end 9 feet and not 8 feet?
we can do it 8 feet all the way down through, but what we don't wanna end up with is 1 foot of pavement on the outside. The road's gonna, when we resurface the whole thing, it's gonna break.
Right
No,
Right
I
at
was
that
thinking when you
1 foot.
resurface, you don't do that in.
You're right.
You leave it dirt or whatever, grass or whatever. I guess I'm just trying to figure out why that end got to be 9 feet versus.
Because the water line moves. The water line goes to the center of the road.
So why don't we take a look at
There's
that?
3 or 4 feet on the outside, it's not an issue.
There's a
Right.
sheet to sign in on.
Why don't you let me take a look at that? I mean, there's nothing to say we can't move this line via field change a foot. So I haven't spent any time with it. I heard this from Jill the other day. I'm sorry, I've been busy on other things, so. But I think it's worth taking a look at. There's no reason we can't slide that over in the field.
All right, that's all I had. Everything else is pretty much super budget focused because that's the big long one for tonight. So I will let everybody else go for it.
Thanks, Jill.
Thank you.
Who else did we have on there? Meredith? Yeah, Meredith, are you in a place you can talk to us?
Yep. All right, so lots of fun things going on with the rec department. We've started advertising for our townwide yard sale, June 24th, from 9 to 3. We have added the town green as an option for folks who live outside of the downtownish area of Bristol. Of course, we're gonna try to promote people to partake and purchase the signs for $15 to put outside at their yard for their yard sale. We're finding that every year it's getting harder it's just getting not abused, but more folks are having their own yard sales and just kind of tailgating on the program that we're trying to establish. And the $15 that we get from folks for residents and the $20 for being on the town green goes towards programming and scholarships fund. So we're trying to promote that so everybody participates. And then the other thing that we're doing is teddy bear picnic at 12 o'clock in the park on the 28th. And that's always a fun time. And actually Ted D. Bear will be there in all his glory and reading books for the small kiddos of the town. All our camps are pretty full, which is amazing. We're going to try to figure out how we can add a few bike clinics into the schedule. That's been a big ask from the community. And also swimming, really working on getting the swim program out there. It's something that needs to happen, and Bristol Rec is the organization to run it. So we've got a few swim instructors. I'm waiting on a few more, and also the schedule of our lead swim instructors. And as soon as that's buttoned down, I will make it public and have folks sign up for the swim. Our goal is to do levels 1 through 5. If we can do more, we'll with more instructors, we'll offer it. And how it will work is mostly July will be the dates, July 10th through the 28th, Monday through Friday. It'll go as 8:15 to 9:15, 9:30 to 10:30, and then we're going to let community swim happen from 10:45 to 12. So that's for everybody. So people can come in and use the pool from that time, that later time. And it'll be $5 per swimmer. 2 years old and younger will be free. And also, if anybody's taking the lessons, they'll get to hang out and do the community swim for free.
Nice.
I think there's, we just got a grant. Thank you, Taylor, for making it happen. That we're going to apply to a few more bicycles and helmets. As you know, our bike community is pretty strong and it's growing. And so a lot more kids want to get involved and they need bikes because they don't have them. So we're going to get a few more bikes for those kiddos.
Meredith, I wonder if there are bicycles in storage from the police department, lost and found, unclaimed property kind of stuff.
Bruce and I have chatted before. I just need to make the time to take a look and see what's in storage that we could possibly use.
And also a quick update on the stairs. How's that coming?
Oh my goodness, it looks great. I'm so excited. So it's been fun working with Ted. and he's patient and he talks everything through, so everything makes sense. But it's gonna be fabulous. We watched the wall today because the white risers are, they're white and and the wall behind it is kind of dirty, so we had to wash that. We'll be finishing up the other side and we'll be adding the rails in. It's gonna be so nice to see the building look clean and also safe for all those folks who use those stairs on a regular basis. Have definitely mentioned how nice it is, and the presentation of what it is it looks great.
Thanks, Meredith. Let's see, Sharon.
Okay. A lot of normal stuff going on in clerk's office, land records, marriage certificates. We're getting more requests for Lister cards from realtors and insurance appraisers. Real estate is picking up, so we're getting some requests for people to come in and do searches. Election stuff that I need to do is we need to purge the checklist this year, so I'll be doing that and setting up a meeting with my BCA. And so I'm gonna do a sewer bill this month, and we'll do another read in June so we can get another water bill out before the end of the fiscal year. And just trying to keep my head above all the requests that we're getting from my office and some from the treasurer's office, and just taking one day at a time.
Thanks, Sharon. Brett, are you available?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Couple of quick updates for the board. First, I'm pleased to report that this week, the town's new fire pumper is being transported from Wisconsin to New Hampshire. So it's getting closer. But what that means is the major items that came out of the inspection that 3 of our personnel did when they were out there a few weeks back have been addressed. So now they're just getting it to New Hampshire to the dealership, and Deputy Chief Foran is currently working to organize a date and a time to get a group of persons together to determine where we want, all of our hand tools and such mounted, because the working group that spec'd out, did the specifications for that pumper will all be traveling to New Hampshire to work with the dealer, and so they can install all the brackets, which are a part of our contract, right where we want them. So things are, it's getting closer. I don't have a date for you, but all I can say is it's getting closer. The fact that it's heading east is good news. So I'm also extremely pleased to report that Bristol Fire recruit firefighters, James Cole and Ethan DeWitt, they both just recently, in the last couple of weeks, completed their Pro Board certification, their national Pro Board certification as level 1 and 2 firefighters. It's worth noting that these 2 persons, like anybody who goes through this class, specifically the firefighter 1 and 2 combo class, it's a tremendous amount of time and personal investment on their behalf, and certainly family sacrifice. And I just want to acknowledge that these 2 have been traveling to Rutland Town since August of last year, a couple times a week, plus many trips to the Vermont Fire Academy. They actually have, they've made a total of 63 trips between the Rutland Town Fire Department and the Vermont Fire Academy, 43 of them to Rutland Town and 24 of them to the Fire Academy to take care of the requirements of this class. They met from 6 to 10 each Tuesday and Thursday night. Plus, I can't tell you how many Saturdays and Sundays they were down there. But it's really great that these 2 saw this through and completed the requirements, because it's just a huge commitment for anyone joining the fire service. So just wanted to recognize those 2 and certainly say congratulations to them both. This past weekend, we had the fortune of hosting at the Bristol Fire Department a National Fire Academy. They call these direct delivery courses. That means the National Fire Academy comes to Vermont and delivers a course. And we got selected to host one of them. We hosted the Incident Safety Officer course. There was firefighters from Burlington, South Burlington, Rutland City, Ludlow, Cornwall, Orwell, and Bristol in attendance. Two of your firefighters from Bristol, firefighter Greg Swain and myself, both attended the 16-hour class this past weekend. It was definitely worthwhile, good knowledge to have. The fire station one-way drive project is nearly complete. On Saturday, the asphalt was put down by Pike Industries. They were in town doing the Hartscrabble Road project, and when they wrapped up there, they headed over to Firehouse Drive and took care of that. They put down, I talked to Eric earlier, approximately 27 tons of asphalt at $85 a ton. So that's, if I did my math right, that's like a $2,300 donation from Pike Industries. So I'm working on some press to certainly publicly thank them for that very generous donation, because we really do appreciate it. And it really looks great. I know Peaker, I don't know if Peaker is involved with the finished product, but all it's left to do is bring in topsoil and get things seeded. So, but just excited to wrap that up. But it is open. Recently, we supported the 5-town partnership food drive. I think this is the 3rd year in a row or 4th year in a row where our private corporation, our 501c3, the NH Munsell Hose and Hook and Ladder Company, we provide our trailer, our enclosed trailer, to the 5-town partnership for their 2-day food drive that's held at Shaw's. So we transport the trailer there, get it set up, and then at the conclusion of their food drive, we pick it up, deliver it to the church where the Have a Heart food shelf is, and help unload it. But so yeah, we worked with them. That was it was nice that we were able to help out. On May 13th, we hosted Operation Mayday. That was the statewide recruitment open house effort. It was a fairly well-attended event. We didn't take attendance, but it ran from 9 to 1, and there was just a steady flow of people throughout the day. I know the human-powered bike parade was going on, so people kind of trickled over from the rec field. But we had several demonstrations. We had activities for the kids. Shaw's donated all of the food for that event, so that was really great. We had hamburgers and hot dogs and drinks and stuff for everyone, so that was nice. And it looks like we potentially will get 2 recruits out of this. That's not official yet, but just based on conversations with these 2 individuals, I'm feeling fairly confident that they would like to move forward with the process. One other thing I wanted to just mention to the board, and I'm assuming you would have to authorize this, but I would like to start the practice of exercising the air horn at the fire station twice annually. My proposal is at noon on January 1st and at noon on the July 4th. It's other than we only utilize it today since we moved over to the new facility, for persons, our honorary members who pass on and they request a fire department service, and we utilize that air horn as part of our last alarm ceremony. But I just thought it would be nice if we could just exercise it, make sure we're exercising it regularly. And I thought twice a year would be a good start. And, certainly when we did that, we would do public notices. I'd certainly walk over and knock on the doors of our immediate neighbors just to ensure everybody is aware. But if that's something the board will consider, I don't know about Valerie, if this needs to be an agenda item. I don't need an answer today, obviously, but it certainly would be nice to do it this 4th of July. But something for you to think about. And the last thing I wanted to ask about, when people purchase homes in Bristol, do we the town, have any requirements around 911 address signs? Like, do we require people to have a compliant, green with reflective number sign at their residence, or do we offer any support with those address signs? I see Sharon shaking her head no. And I bring it up. I know other towns do provide that service, and I'm not suggesting we go out and buy 911 signs for everyone, but I just really want to bring it to your attention. And if that's something, I don't know where it's appropriate, if it's with the planning commissioner or whomever, but it is really challenging to find homes at times, especially when we're out on like Route 116 south or north. I mean, if they even have numbers on their mailboxes, they're very dark, maybe like a black or a brown color, and they're just really difficult to see. And it just, in an emergency situation, it just makes it really challenging, to find someone's home at times. So I just wanted to.
I believe the Bristol Rescue Squad has a program
They do.
to sell them at like $5 or $10 a piece that people can order them.
Yes, they do have that program. I guess basically what I'm saying, I didn't know if there was any support that we as a town could think about, or maybe that's just really unrealistic, or perhaps we should just do some advertising and encourage people to update their signs if they're able to do so, just to help everybody out. But that's my report, pending any questions from you all.
Well, I know that the Porter Knight and Meredith have a welcome to Bristol program, gift bag program, where they put all kinds of information in a canvas bag and deliver it to new residents, new property owners. And perhaps we can include that Bristol Rescue order form for that sign in that package of materials.
That's a great idea, Valerie. Thank you. So that's all I got.
Great, thanks, Brett.
You still got Taylor.
Yeah. Taylor, do you want to tell us what's going on at the hub?
Sure. So hub's going well. We are definitely in the midst of, end of school stuff. So we have a lot of folks, youth over, that are utilizing the skate park in pretty major ways. We've been pretty busy. Everyone's getting excited that school's ending pretty soon and sports are ending. I'm in the middle of getting quotes to look at the skate park, and I've been collecting feedback from folks around what they would like to see, and any changes or updates. And we're getting ready for the summer camp schedule, and then looking at fall already. We're excited for our chill program to start. Zach has been fantastic integrating into the hub community, and the kids really like him. And I think that's a lot of what's going on. Bruce has helped me a few times, especially last week, as with the end of school and the nice weather, the kids are getting wildly. And Bruce has definitely been helping out, Officer Francis has been over a few times, which has been really wonderful. He's really great with the kids. So thanks, Bruce and Bristol PD.
Great. Thank you, Taylor. So here in the room, Bruce, do you have anything you want to share?
As Taylor said, with the warmer weather, our calls for service are increasing. So please be patient. We will get there for follow-up when needed. And today we start the Buckle Up campaign. So we'll be out making sure that you're wearing your seatbelt and driving safely. That's it.
Okay. Eric?
Harsh gravel's all paved, so now we just gotta wait a little bit for it to cool so we can shoulder it. Just gonna keep continuing on ditching and normal summer routine stuff. Couple grants, one grant on a notch road that I'm still waiting for one bid to come in on that. And then we're just getting the equipment washed up from winter, getting it all washed up and put away, so.
You think you plowed for the last time?
Got it.
Great. Thank you. All right, moving on. Public hearing for dog ordinance violations regarding Wade Acker's dog. Where do we start? Valerie, is that you?
I suppose so. A lot of information was posted to the website with documents describing the incidences that appear to go back to August of last year. There are several reports of either a dog bite or a dog incident. And most recently, earlier this month in May, a bite incident on Schwanier Road. And a warning was provided to the Acker household back in February. But the incident in May, earlier this month, is really what triggered this hearing today. And as of today, both dogs at the household are now registered, but it took a while to get that to happen.
Okay. So we have a number of folks in the room this evening. Does anyone want to speak to what's been happening?
I'll let you go first. Okay. I'm Julie Heffernan, by the way, one of the complainants. I want to go back to.
Hold on, Julie. Can you hear her online, guys? Would you like her to come up to the table?
Or closer.
Or a little closer. But she said come on up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Or I can speak louder.
Both would be great.
Or both.
Just go ahead and sit there.
So as I was starting to say, when the first incident happened back in November, it was my understanding that the Ackers were notified at that time about the dog ordinance and the requirements to keep the dog under control when it's off its property. Since that happened, I did not feel comfortable walking on my own road. When the first incident happened, I was to the far left of the road, way off of their property, when the dog attacked me. And as I said, I have not walked on the road since. Just a few weeks ago, it was a beautiful morning and I decided to go for a walk and I was attacked again. I feel since they were notified back in November, they failed to register the dog and they failed to control it. If one of your solutions is to tell them to chain it or muzzle it, I have no faith that it's going to solve the problem. And I will not be able to walk down my road, and neither will my daughter or anyone else that lives on that road. I'm sorry, they are my neighbors. I have tried to talk to both of them, but I am not comfortable in my own neighborhood, and that's not okay. I don't know what else you'd like to hear from me, but those are my feelings. If you'd like to hear from my daughter, she can speak to any of these incidents because she's been there. And she can't walk on the road. And I'm sorry to the Ackers because I understand it's your pet, but my safety is more important than your dog.
As well as my kids.
As well as the kids.
Thank you, Julie. Do you want to come up and talk with us, Wade? Can you state your name for us?
I'm Wade Acker.
Thank you.
My dog obviously has a problem being in the road and aggression. Back in November when it happened, I got a different collar, tried doing other things, thought we were on the path of getting better, and then this incident a few weeks ago. With us recently purchasing the property a week ago, 2 weeks ago, started clearing the land to make it so, I don't know if any of you guys have been up there, tiny little yard. So recently trying to clear it to make a bigger yard to actually have a place for the dog to go, not, be next to the road, be behind the house, be, actually in a better environment.
Are you gonna fence that in? Is that what your?
That's my
is?
plan, is to make a better yard and
You
Well,
mentioned,
bigger yard is one thing, fencing it is another, that's why I asked.
you mentioned a collar. Does he have a radio fence now?
he has a radio fence and then also another collar on there that is with a handheld device.
But he's decided to run through it.
Yes.
There's just some dogs that do that.
He is also starting aggression training. We start on Thursday, at Comfort Hill Kennel with him. We'll be going twice a week, and then he also is on a wait list for a program where he will be at a training facility for 3 weeks, specifically for dogs with aggression and territorial issues. He's just on a wait list for that, so we're starting with a local one-on-one training in the meantime.
Is he a rescue dog? Let's see.
No.
What's the breed?
It's a mutt.
It's a mutt.
Okay, thank you. So, where do we go from here, folks?
Is there anybody else that wants to say anything?
I do have one more comment, and that is 3 times, you have 3 incidents. At what point do you take some action?
Well, I have to ask Val, did Wade get notice in November? I mean, because all we have is the one in February.
No, on the website, it is are the notices from November. I think the police department handled that communication.
Okay.
In person, to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, you do have to be, I mean, the ordinance is clear, you have to be in control of your dog. You know, and it's one thing when your dog is on your own property, but your dog is going off of your property. And I just, you know, put yourself in your neighbor's shoes.
I completely understand,
You
and
know.
that's why I'm trying to make a better thing.
I just don't know, you know, if you can't make a better thing, we're gonna have to deal with the dog. And if it doesn't happen, and if I think we need to be very clear, if it happens again, you're probably gonna end up losing the dog.
Right.
If it happens again, what is gonna happen to me? I am terrorized to walk down that road. So you're telling me, no, 3 times is not enough, let's let it be number 4? I'm sorry, what if it's not me? What if it's my pregnant daughter or a child? At what point, and I'm sorry I'm getting emotional, but at what point does it matter? How many times does it take?
What's your time frame for the fence, Wade?
I mean, I started on it this past weekend, trying to clear up a pretty wooded lot, so I mean, it's gonna take, you know, I don't know, I'm gonna get nights and, pretty much nights, I don't even get weekends since I work 7 days a week, but I mean, it's not gonna happen overnight. I mean, I'm trying to work as fast as I can, but.
What have we done in the past? I know we had the one on Fitch Avenue that we had a problem with, that
Yeah, but we put him down.
we put him
because
down, yeah.
He was in a fence and,
Yeah, so what if he jumps over the fence, and then what?
well, guys, there's only so much we can do, like, according to our ordinance. You know, and so our hands are tied to a certain point. If we have.
My road anymore.
No, I totally get that, Sarah.
And I was a
do.
runner, I was a
Get
runner,
that.
and I was a walker, and now I can't walk
Yeah.
down my road.
No.
You can't.
I totally
I
get
can't
that.
take my kids down the road.
Um,
Soon they're gonna wanna ride bikes.
So my understanding is the ordinance says if it's deemed a vicious dog, then you can take action. Actions could be having it be chained, having it be muzzled, or
And that's what we're-
taking it from the property.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're trying to figure out where we wanna go. I mean, we could just say, can't be outside without somebody on a leash, without somebody with them. You know, he can't be running free, even on their property. I mean, if he's going through the fence.
I feel like we've offered that before to the folks that, the last dog situation we had, that was a requirement that we made.
What's that?
That the dog had to be tethered or.
Tethered and with
or
somebody.
fenced or with someone.
Mhm.
And to the best of my knowledge, that has been successful.
I did also purchase a muzzle for him while he's outside.
But that's not gonna help if,
No,
I mean, if he
no,
attacks
If
somebody.
you don't put it on, or you don't chain them because you decide to just let them out at 6:15 in the morning, that's what's gonna happen.
I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking.
Okay, you should actually be addressing me, so let's not address each other, okay? I understand that it's an emotional situation, I understand that, and I apologize for all of that. Do we want to put a timeline on this, like when the fence and, I mean, immediately we would ask for it to be restrained at some way, shape,
At all times,
at all
and when
times,
it's,
whenever
if
it's
it's outside, restrained, muzzled, somebody with it, I mean.
I think a combination of those. I think if the dog is outside, the dog needs to be muzzled, and I think it needs to be tied. At least until the offense situation can become, can be done. I think it's to me, it sounds like there's way too much risk of something else happening. And then your dog would need to be taken. And we'd prefer not to happen, but given the severity of this, it seems very likely that it could happen again. Addressing the Heffernans, Julie, if Mr. Acker is able to put a fence in, is that something that would make you feel safer with regard to walking down your road if there's a fenced area, a fenced yard area?
No.
So it doesn't matter what solution we come up with other than taking the dog, you're not gonna feel okay.
No, I won't. I'm sorry. Unless you have been in my position and had this happen to you, I don't know that you would understand how it makes you feel.
No, I've been attacked, so.
More than once by the same dog.
Not more than once, but I've been attacked, but yes, no, I get it.
It's an awful feeling. I think you agree, Michelle.
No, I get it.
And it has restricted what I can do and what my daughter and her kids can do. And I'm sorry that it is their pet, but I have rights too, I believe. And I have concern that the next time could be more, it could be more harmful. I just.
Like, what if you guys weren't outside and didn't know what was happening? We're not supposed to be speaking directly to you.
Yeah, what if they didn't know that he was fighting us outside or attacking us outside? If it happens again, you mean?
Yeah. And the dog is just continuing to attack.
Well, I mean, by the sound of things, it's gonna be on a leash with me, so I mean, we're gonna be there.
If it's gonna be outside, it has to be with one of you.
Yeah.
Right, so there
And it
wouldn't
has to be
be
contained.
I mean, there wouldn't be an incident where there would be an attack where we weren't there. There wouldn't be an attack at all if we're standing right there. We do take responsibility that, yes, he was outside and ran through his electric collar without us there. That shouldn't have happened. Clearly, the electric collar doesn't faze him. But going forward, if that is the new rule that, I mean, since it happened, he hasn't been outside unattended. So
This last time.
Yeah.
So in the past, if there's a future violation, we've opted to take the dog. And like Valerie said, that was one that we've had success with. We haven't had an issue with that dog since we issued that order. I do know, I mean, I hate to say it, but I know my nephew and I know what's gonna happen if that dog bites his mother again. And you know him as well, and you know what'll happen.
Yep.
And that won't be good for any of us.
Well,
I hate being bit by a dog. I know what it
I don't
feels
think
like.
there's anybody who wants to be bit by a dog.
What has happened in the past, the select board would issue a warrant. If that's the direction things are going, then a warrant would be issued authorizing the police department to take the next steps.
So right now we're saying that the dog has to be tethered and with one of their owners at all times
When it's outside.
when it's outside. And are we asking for it to be muzzled as well?
I mean, if there's any chance it's gonna get away, but if they're out there with a, on a leash, I don't know.
I just want to be clear about expectations.
Mhm.
To me, it sounds like the muzzle would be a good.
It's just a safety
It's another
precaution.
safety precaution that can be taken right now. And and you're taking classes or will be taking classes.
Yeah.
And you have another situation that you're looking into for your dog as well.
And the understanding would be if the dog gets away, or if the dog is running at large,
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even have to attack somebody. If he gets out and he's running at large.
he will be taken.
Mhm. I mean, there's gotta be some kind of documentation of that.
Yeah.
There'd be pictures,
So if I drive by
video.
and see that the dog is outside, what should I do?
If he's outside without anybody,
Right.
take a picture,
Send it to.
send it to Val.
Mhm.
We'd have to go to Val.
Yep.
Right, Val?
Yep. That's certainly an option.
Wonder, why is the aggression classes starting now and not forever ago when you knew that your dog was vicious and he's been biting? He has chased me when I was 32 weeks pregnant, in 2021. The same day that he bit my dad, I thought he was gonna bite me in the road. So you guys have known that he's been aggressive, and I have told you many times. And it just seems like you're only doing the classes now because of this meeting tonight. Bottom line is, he's doing that, so.
Unfortunately, we probably should have had this hearing in November.
Right.
I believe so,
Yeah.
but for whatever
No,
reason. it didn't happen.
we should have, it should have got to this point in November, and we should have dealt with it then, which would have been the same thing, and we wouldn't be where we are today.
Right. Mhm.
Okay, so it's the three things. It's outside with a person on a leash and muzzled. And then if the dog is off of the property, again, then the dog is taken.
Or even off leash outside on his own property.
Okay,
I heard that it's to be, if we see him unattended outside,
Right.
whether he's
Yeah.
hooked, got muzzle, if
That's
it's not
it.
all three, then that's a violation, is that correct?
yes.
That would be my understanding.
Is this until the fence is built?
That's what I would say for now. Once the fence is built, we can
Once the fence is
reevaluate.
built, and there again, if he's a Houdini and he gets out of the fence, that's grounds to lose the dog. And we need to be very clear.
Right.
Yeah, no. If the dog is out alone, unattended, or running at large, even though he's on your property,
Yeah.
he will be seized.
Do you need to inspect the fence after the fence is built? So
You
that-
want it?
So that way you're comfortable with the fence that's built?
I think that's a good suggestion.
Something you should be.
I think that's a good
you should be,
suggestion.
Yeah.
Who needs to inspect it, or will inspect it, or whatever? Is it gonna be you, or?
I would imagine it'll be Bruce, because he.
I don't think Bruce is really volunteering for that.
I know he wasn't going down that road, but.
I heard you
We'll do
volunteer.
whatever we need to do to ensure that things are done correctly and it's safe.
Is your dog a digger?
I'm saying you might wanna bury it.
I was just gonna say
It's
that.
not, but he'll bury it anyways.
And I'd go at least 8 feet out of the ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So are we clear where we're going? You guys understand where we're going?
Muzzle, leash.
One of you outside.
Got it.
Which you will reduce to writing and send to them, so.
Right, yeah, Val will do that in writing, send you guys.
And you'll let us know when your fence is up so we can send Bruce out.
Yes.
Mhm.
You want us to send you a copy as well, Julie?
Yes,
Mhm.
I do.
Okay.
Thank
Did you
You
get that,
you got
Val?
all that, Val?
I hope so. I'm wondering if a motion should be made that clearly combines all of them.
I'll make
Just
a motion.
that Julie would like a letter as well. Julie would like a letter as well as Wade.
Absolutely.
Send a copy to Julie, yeah.
So I'd make a motion that the dog in question needs to be on a leash when outside with one of the owners and muzzled at all times if the dog's outside. And a violation of that would be if the dog is off leash at any time outside. And that, which would be motion for seizure.
Until the fence is up and then.
And then the second part would be reevaluation once the fenced area is complete at the property.
I don't think it's a reevaluation. I think the fence has to be inspected, and if the dog is outside of the fence, it's a violation.
Unless it's leashed or.
Right,
leashed
unless it's those three things.
Okay. You have a second?
Yeah, was there a second?
Oh, I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 And no one's opposed. All right, thank you. Thank you all for coming in.
Yes.
Thank you.
I hope you get better.
Wish you the best.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of brush there. Try to do something quick.
Okay, regular business. Consider renewal of recycled reading revolving loan fund loan for an additional 5 years. May include deliberation in executive session regarding contract negotiations. Okay.
How are you?
Thank you.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Fred.
Ian, I'll send you a picture, and I'll take a picture and send it to you.
Where's Joel?
He's
is on
driving the
his way
school
back.
bus.
Oh, he's doing okay though. eh?
Yes. Yeah,
He
he's on
just-
his way here.
Yeah, he should be here 5 minutes according to his
Okay.
calculations.
Would you like me to begin or something?
Yeah.
Yes, please, go ahead, Fred.
Who's the chair?
Me.
Okay, Dawn. Good. I was notified while I was away that Recycled Reading of Vermont's revolving loan fund, which was issued 5 years ago, was expiring. The original terms is that it was a 5-year note amortized over 10 years, the loan coming due after 5. The amortization over 10 years makes the loan payments less expensive. And we've done a bunch of these, and either the borrower pays up the loan in 5 years, or, as in the case with Ms. Hernandez, is asking for another 5-year period, which is the maximum that we've done on these. And I've had several conversations with her. I gave her a copy of this today, and she thought it was fine and dandy. And I've determined, to the best of my knowledge, that she's always been current in her payments, even through COVID, which was very difficult on retail. And that she has no other lenders, so we're kind of in first position, if you will. And it seemed to me, rather than getting the committee involved in this and this, especially with my absence, that the select board potentially could deal with it directly, which you certainly have the authority to do without going through the revolving loan committee. And so I did a little research, communication with her, and have come back with this kind of as a proposal for you to consider and take whatever action you choose to or not choose to. If we do another 5-year loan based on the $13,000+ that she owes, and we use the template that we've done in the past, which is taking the 10-year treasury note and adding 1% or 2% to that, so there's some consistency in what we do. The interest rate, as you would see, is a very competitive 4.75, and that would make her payments about $35 or so, $40 a month more than they are now. It is now, but she felt comfortable with that. And we certainly would want a personal guarantee, as well as having assets of the business, if there were any, if she ran into economic difficulty, to hopefully provide us with some relief. And I'm sure Kevin, if he's still your attorney, I don't know that you still use him for this. I'm sure there's other language that he would draw up that's common sense in this and follow the template that we've used. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on this loan or anything about the revolving loan fund, which I've been involved with since its inception back, in the late 80s or the very beginning of the 90s, when the loans that we made started to come back into us, and we've been recycling the money ever since. It's a good thing.
And this will pay off her loan, right, in the 5 years?
In 5 years, she would be paid up, correct.
Yes. I'll make a motion that we renew recycled readings loan based on the criteria that Fred suggests.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Anyone opposed? Great, thank you, Fred.
You're welcome. I don't know when you appoint these committees.
March?
Yeah, you're too late.
Yeah,
You're
so
out.
that you're already appointed.
Another 20 years.
20?
20, yeah.
It could be awkward with me being away for 4.5 months of the year, but I'm up for it. Certainly being involved, but that's something you might consider in the future.
You know how to do Zoom. I know you know how to do Zoom.
You can give this to Valerie.
I will.
Okay, thank you, Fred.
Thank you, Fred.
Thank you, Fred.
I'm gonna follow him out in front
See
of
ya.
it. Okay, I just want to ask you something.
All right, moving on. Continued consideration for approving one or more of the ARPA funding allocation proposals.
Okay.
Ian, is that you? You have an
That's
update
me.
for us?
Yep, I would propose Ian take this one.
I take that proposal and we'll run with it.
Okay.
So we have, I have 4 that I'd like to recommend we vote on this evening. We talked briefly about them the last meeting, which was quite a long discussion since we detailed just the top 10. We voted on and approved one for the farmer's market, and some of the others that we spoke of had a few questions for the particular organizations attached to them, and we needed some solid figures. So I have 4 that I'd like to show this evening, and we can go from there.
Okay. We also have, there's a couple people, at least one person on the screen and at least one, Cecil, I'm assuming you're here for that as well?
Yeah.
So Cecil, yeah, so there's a couple of folks here in the room, so
Yeah.
Tasha and Cecil
I think,
here.
yeah, Tasha and Cecil are there, and then Danielle from the Turning Point Center is also online.
Yeah.
Will from the Rescue Squad isn't here this evening, but I think this one is fairly straightforward. So I've been reaching out to organizations that were connected either through their initial proposals that they submitted to the ARPA committee, or if it was something that they didn't submit a proposal for, but the idea had come up over the 14 months that the ARPA committee worked on this, then I've been reaching out to organizations that were connected to that in some way. So the Rescue Squad, they had submitted a proposal for 130,000. This details the breakdown, and this is sort of a format, instead of showing the table, which was very detailed and kind of small and you couldn't really get the gist of things, I've just sort of created a simpler way of presenting these, just detailing the funds requested, what the breakdown is, where that money is going, if additional funding had been sought, and hopefully this will lead to a fairly quick process to be able to approve these. And there aren't a tremendous amount of these that are outside organizations, so I think we should be able to move forward on this.
Ian, can I ask a question? Do you know if Bristol Rescue has been asking the 5 towns that they service for money from their ARPA funds? I mean, or is it just the town of Bristol they're asking to?
I believe it's just the town of Bristol, but I have not asked that question of Will. We did ask the question of Turning Point, who did answer, and we have those details, and that's on the website, and Danielle can speak to that this evening. But I didn't ask Will that question. I believe he's only submitted to Bristol's ARPA funds. primarily because they're based here, but I could be wrong on that. So I don't know what folks' thoughts are in terms of if we want to, if we're okay to approve, whether we would just approve each of these organizations as a separate motion. How would you like, what's the best way to do that, Val?
Well, let me ask, I thought their initial request was for the 95 for the ambulance. I didn't realize that there was the 35 for the training. We had a discussion about the amount and what it was originally asked for. And I thought maybe that was, oh, Brett said something about the communication tower. I guess that's what it was.
The communication tower was never a part of the initial ask. It was only this. And I believe this was the initial ask, but as far as I know, the dollar amount was always 130,000.
130, okay.
Which happened to be about the same amount as the communications tower when that project then, we got details from that later on separately. And so maybe that's why it was confusing.
Okay.
One way to do this is to go through them all, and there's a draft resolution like we talked about at the previous meeting, and I prepared one based upon this proposal. So one option is one approach would be just to either amend that draft resolution with whatever adjustments get decided and just make one motion, or do them individually, but I still do recommend memorializing them in a resolution document.
Yeah. Okay. So that's Bristol Rescue. So Banis Lodge, the Masons have requested 52,000. Obviously Cecil's there in person this evening and can speak to this. This is for an elevator project in the building. I asked Cecil to sort of detail it out for me. He provided the individual breakdown of costs, and I'm sure he'd be happy to speak to it if the board has questions.
I have a quick question, Cecil. Where is it going? I mean, how are you going to get access? How are you get access in there like now for handicap or whatever? Okay, so that's what I was going to ask. Where are you putting the elevator and how are you getting people in there?
You're standing, this picture was taken probably from the corner of North and Elm Street.
Yeah.
If you continued up North Street.
Yep.
You see the gable that's sticking up?
Yep.
Okay, just beyond that, all four corners of the building have an indentation, if you would. Beyond that gable, there's an indentation on the west wall. And if we can go through there, and one last piece, I'm sorry. If you go up the front steps, you go up a half a flight and you're onto the main floor.
Right.
And then you can go downstairs into the basement where the kitchen dining room is. So the proposed elevator would be on that west wall towards the north end and that indentation. We would have a curb cut, come in, put a cement pad down and a cement path over to, there's an existing door there now, which we would lower down to ground level so that the wheelchair can roll right into it. And then the elevator would either go up a half a flight so that they could go into one of the events that's in there. We have 3 widows that couldn't come to Our Ladies at the Table dinner last fall because they can't negotiate the stairs. And then or you get down to the lower level, which would take you down into the kitchen area, which would also give access to the bathroom.
So is that going to be similar to the one that's up here, like the elevator that we have, the open door, or is it going to be a true elevator?
Yeah, open door.
Okay.
Like what's at the library. Yeah. And yes, you've got one here, right?
Yeah, the one that's up here. Okay. Right.
Okay. The Willow Foundation has asked for 200,000 for a project that they're working on, which is essentially housing and the creation of a school building. And Tasha's there and can speak to that.
Hi, Tasha. Okay. Hi, Tasha. So, Tasha, my question is the same about that I asked for Bristol Rescue. Have you requested funds from other towns?
We haven't. Well, we did initially for Moncton, but I think the crux of it is that we'll be staying in Bristol permanently with this.
Well, I understand that, but how many kids do you service and from what towns are they? I guess that's why I'm asking. It's like, it's not just Bristol.
Yeah, we service from all towns. I did ask Moncton, felt like a
Uphill battle?
yeah. But beyond that, we haven't.
Okay.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the project? So you can understand it better?
Yeah. So Wren's Nest it's been around since 2012, and we've had to move the program twice since our inception, and the most recent move was a direct impact of COVID-19 because our landlords moved back, and we moved it, so it was initially in Starksboro, and then we moved it to New Haven, and then most recently moved it to Bristol. We've been in Bristol for 3 years. It's a really thriving public school, public program. We accept Act 166 pre-K funding. We have 4 stars. We're totally legitimate, outdoor, nature-based preschool. And we just, for our long-term sustainability, we really need to find a forever home and not be tenants. We're currently renting where we are, and it's just not sustainable for us. We need a building, we need infrastructure that we can run summer programming in and just know that we can stay there and not have to be threatened to move again. So this project is twofold. It's to build our school building, and it's also going to be low-income AmeriCorps housing. Willow has hosted AmeriCorps members at our organization for 23 years, and they're like so much of the engine of what we do. But in the last few years, we haven't been able to find good members because they can't find housing. So we see it as kind of workforce development, bringing place-based early educators to Bristol. Like probably 90% of the members we bring come from other parts in the country and then end up staying in our town and living and working as early educators or educators in the field. So we see it as a multifaceted project between early education, workforce development, and training, educator training, and low-income housing, transitional housing, because they'll only stay for 2 years at a time. And it's a pretty large project in the $1.5 million range, and I'm confident in finding the funding or the loans for it. I'm like leaving no stones unturned. I've been talking to the Vermont League of City and Towns and Rural Development. There's a bunch of loans and grants there, and then some private grants that I'm applying for, and then we'll do some big direct asks, and whatever the funding gap is, we'll take out. And there's some really great, very low interest rate loans available for us right now to meet that gap. But as much as we can fund gets funneled back into the community and back into paying our teachers a livable wage and just, sustaining what we do. We also run summer camps that are incredibly waitlisted. Like, we open them in February, and within a week, like, we had 7 weeks just packed for this age range. We're running way more camps for older kids. And so having our own site will also let us expand that and just keep running summer programming for early ed. So I'll stop talking.
Two questions.
Do you have a site?
That was one of my questions.
We have a site identified and we have a builder identified, although I might have to, with some of the grants, I might have to put it out to bid and for the building part of it.
How many kids do you actually service?
We serve 15 a day,
Mhm.
and so on average, that's like 23 a year because they don't all come full-time.
Right. Mhm.
And doing this, we would add 3 full-time slots, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually serves probably closer to 6 because they don't all come 5 days a week.
Mhm.
And for us, it's really about like long-term sustainability. Like, we'll stay in Bristol and we won't move again. We won't have to shut down. And we're kind of in jeopardy. It's not sustainable for a program to keep moving.
Tasha, can you talk about your wait list numbers?
They're pretty long early on, and then it all shakes out. And I think that will go up with the childcare bill that just passed. A lot of families are going to start qualifying for more subsidy. I think Darla can speak more eloquently about it, but right now it'll just become a lot more accessible for families. And we anticipate wait lists going up significantly with the new child care bill that just passed. Or hasn't passed yet, is about to pass.
I can speak to one of the AmeriCorps that Tasha's worked with. He applied for a scholarship through the organization that I work for, from the Addison Council, and he won the scholarship. He was really excited about it, took the class, and then found out he received funding from another source and gave the money back to someone else that could be scholarship. And and he was just so animated and so excited. So the work that they do there is very interesting, and now he's staying in the area, from what I understand.
He wants a job. We're
Yeah.
hoping to hire him on. He served with us for 2 years.
And he just wrote an article in the new pull-out section, the childcare pull-out section, that was, again, really passionate, and you can see that he had learned a lot in being as part of your program.
Yeah, and he wants to be a teacher now, which is great. There aren't many males in the field of early education, so
Right.
it's really sweet.
Any other questions for Tasha? Thank you.
I didn't come here for this, I'm here for the next item on the agenda, but I'll just say, as on our ARPA committee, this project hits like 4 big points that we heard so much from the community. Housing, that's enormous. Childcare was the second biggest thing, the housing and childcare, those were the biggest issues that we could barely touch with any of the ideas we had. And then 2 other really great ones is it's going to bring money to Bristol to have this facility here. All those families are going to be coming into Bristol, whether they're from Bristol or not. They're going to be spending money and coming to town. And then leveraging money to Bristol. This is our $200,000. We'll leverage it, showing that commitment in the community and getting the ARPA money will help Willowell get other grant money. So this is a very exciting project from an ARPA perspective.
Thanks, Bridget.
And we've secured $300,000, thanks to a grant that Val keyed me into and I applied to, and I have that secured. Nice.
So you've secured $500,000, you 600,000 already now?
I secured 3.
Well, there's
I hope to secure
there's
2
20
more tonight.
Huh? No, well, I'm asking because you said you secured 3, but there's coronavirus relief fund up there. That's the other 3?
That's the 3.
Okay.
That I secured, yeah. But I'm meeting with people almost daily about different grant. There's a lot of grant money right now for this sort of thing. And I feel pretty confident in meeting my goal. And it feels like a pretty feasible project.
Great. Thank you, Tasha. And then the last one is the Turning Point Center. We spoke about this 2 weeks ago, and we've got more details now. And also we asked some questions. Questions were answered by Danielle, Executive Director there. She's also on our Zoom this evening. So if there are specific questions that the board members have, I'm sure she will be able to answer them.
So Danielle, are you, I mean, I kind of was looking at your answers to the questions. Is the St. Mary's School renovation kind of on hold at this point?
So not, we have, as far as the renovation process, we do have earmarked money that we are completing the application for. And once that application, we're an applicant of one because it is earmarked, then hopefully this fall that project will go into place. Specific to this and our more immediate need is that there's so much need for expanded hours after work on the weekends. And we just don't receive funding for that at this point to sustain that, as well as the increase in family members who have lost someone due to opiate overdose or other substance overdose. And being able to sustain that is our more immediate need. And the earmarked money does not pay for any programming costs at all. It's all the renovation, which will exceed that amount that we received. And we will have to elicit other funding for that project. But this one is more specific to programming.
So when if this request is approved and you run out of this money, then what happens to your programming and your extended hours and that, your expanded hours and that?
So the whole, I mean, every year we are looking for grant funding to help sustain our programming. And with this initial project and this initial amount, we can get that started and then have data to show that it's working and that people are using those services to continue the programming long term, because there is various funding specific to harm reduction as well as just substance use disorder support, and peer recovery is a growing field, and there also is a growing amount of revenue or grant money that's available. It's just a matter of showing that this is working and this is a need.
So this money will help leverage money in the future because you'll have documentation.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
And you're not getting any success from all the other towns that you've requested funds from?
Not at this moment. We have received some opiate money from Middlebury, but we haven't received anything from ARPA, but we did send out requests to other towns.
Okay, so what is the select board's pleasure?
So before we go on, I texted Will and he said we sent letters to all the towns.
Okay.
We have either heard nothing or been turned down.
I love the support they get from the towns that they service.
Right. I mean,
Yeah, I'm talking about them tomorrow night.
Yeah.
We asked the question, we got the answer, so.
yeah,
I thought
that's great.
it's
Thank you,
frustrating to me that, you know,
We look at ourselves as a 5-town community, but
right, it's this town that
yeah.
seems to have to put
We
up
also
money.
received a much larger amount of money than the other towns.
It's all per person though, it's per
Right.
capita.
It's per
You know,
capita.
That's
how they.
and I don't
that's
know how the requests were. I don't know what their
Presented.
asks were,
Right.
you know.
Right.
Mhm.
If they were proportional, then, you know.
Yeah.
But our goal was to help the most people we could, and I think we're headed in the right direction.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, my frustration is just not having the support from the towns when, like, you know, it's not just Bristol that these people are serving, you know, but we're being the ones that are being asked to provide the funds.
Yeah.
Not that they haven't requested others, but that they haven't gotten the support from the other towns.
Right.
Well, one of two things, either the people don't see the service being used there, they don't, we had Bruce telling us he's using some of these services, we
Right.
see it.
Mhm.
And we ask the questions and maybe they're not seeing it.
It's a harder sell. If I were to go to Moncton and say, or if I were to come to you and say, I'm building a school in Moncton, can I have some ARPA money?
Well, no, I was just looking at, but the service you provide, they have kids in that town that come to you.
No,
It's
I
not
hear
just
you.
Bristol, so, you know, okay, the majority of them may not send their kids there, but.
No, yeah, we
Right.
pull from all towns,
Right.
many towns, I totally hear you, it just is a hard sell.
And knowing that childcare is such in high demand at this point.
And also too, Bristol chose the direction to form a committee to figure out what to do with these funds. Other towns are just starting that process or haven't even
Or
thought
no,
about.
they've already decided.
Or that's right, or have already decided and made a decision in a different direction than what Bristol did.
So I do have a quick question, Val, I don't know if you know this answer. The opioid settlement funds, is that, I thought I saw that on our agenda or something. That money's coming in, we have to decide on what to do with that as well, right?
Correct.
It's not a
And
large.
my recommendation would be to pass that along to Turning Point as well, but I'd like it to be separate than this. I think there are two different sources of funds. Personally, I think the amount that Turning Point is asking for in terms of our full amount is not very much. And I think taking the opioid settlement and sort of removing it from the ARPA ask, I don't think that really benefits anyone greatly. And so I'd like to see both sets of money go to Turning Point.
I'm looking up to see how much money, we have a little over $9,000 so far from the various settlement distributions, but more, I believe, is expected each year for the next several years. But yeah, that's not on the agenda for tonight.
I thought I saw it
Opioid
somewhere.
settlement distribution.
That's a question about it, yeah.
I'm trying to share my screen. I'm not sure if I did it successfully.
You did have it shared.
You did in
with the
a-
resolution.
it
You did
vanished.
have it shared.
Okay, I'll try that again. Let's see. Because I have different screens open. I wasn't sure which one you were getting. Let's see where to go.
So I'm happy to make a motion to approve funding for all 4 of those organizations for their particular projects.
Is there a second?
I'll second it to start the discussion.
Discussion?
You know, I think 2 of them are using the money to leverage more money, which is great. And the other 2 are a direct benefit to our community.
My heart is like, I want to do this. There's a part of me that is irritated.
But you're irritated because
No, like-
other people aren't.
Well, I'm looking at Bristol Rescue, so they're asking for 130,000, which is great, but they want us to pay for a brand new ambulance.
No,
Well,
it was to
95,000 was for an
upfit,
ambulance.
wasn't it? Ian, was it to upfit the?
I thought it was a new.
It's
to
a
upfit? It was, because I thought.
it's the
same thing,
purchase
like,
and
I don't-
outfitting, the purchase and outfitting of a new ambulance to offset the discontinuation of an older model.
Right, so they want to get rid of one of their older ones and get a
And
new
outfit
one.
a new one, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like, okay, but we're not the only town that
But
uses this ambulance.
the money
But-
they're asking for isn't even close to what the ambulance costs.
I was just gonna say, they
I'll
can't
bet
buy
you
an
that
ambulance and
ambulance is-
outfit it for 95,000.
Yeah. I don't,
So
and I think they probably divided that up through the other towns. And that's where the ask came from, I would guess. I don't know that for a fact.
Right.
I mean, that's the portion that says, you should have said, okay, we've asked Bristol for 75% because our service area is 75% you know, or
Right.
something like that.
But that's what happens when you're not used to, you're not good at writing grants.
Right.
You know, you don't know the.
Well, that
pieces
would
of
be
it.
me, but.
Right. Right, but you know, it's, if you don't have somebody.
And you
that
don't
does
know,
that,
yeah, the ask we saw wasn't real detailed.
Right.
Right.
And we are looking at ours in Starksville tomorrow night.
Are you guys just deciding yourself, or did you have a committee?
No, we had a committee that did it all and did it similar to what you guys did here.
Mhm.
Seems how you copied us.
We did.
Yeah, 'cause we started ours first.
No, he's absolutely right. I saw that Starksburg done that, and I suggested that we should do it. I thought it was a great idea. So I'm glad that Starksburg did that. Thank you, Eric.
No sense in reinventing the wheel, Ian.
No, that was the smart move.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we got our list tomorrow night, we gotta go through.
Right. When I think of the top issues that are affecting our community, they're right here.
Yeah, they ran, I saw them go out, the rescue squad go out 3 times going north today. I don't know if they went anywhere else, but 3 times they went north today. I did see the cruiser go by too. Keep an eye on you.
Well, and thinking about the lodge, they do, you know, you guys do a lot of outreach, and it's
So
just.
that was a no-brainer for me, that one.
Yeah.
I mean, you need the handicap accessible there. You just,
I know
you
there's a
just
lot,
don't have it.
there's a lot of people that would go to
Right.
the services they provide if they could,
Right,
if
that's
they
the
could
other thing.
physically get in, yeah.
Absolutely.
Pretty soon,
And it's-
Pat's gonna have to have an elevator to get down to the breakfasts.
Well, that's what
Right,
this
so-
whole.
That's right.
Right. And that's one of the only asks we had that dealt with seniors in our community.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, I also want to draw attention to a request that was received after your last meeting from the Open Door Clinic. And they're requesting $2,500 to retrofit their the exam van to take medical services to farm workers and other folks who are not able to access or travel to medical services. So I just want to put that out there. I don't know where that might fit in the spectrum of things, whether that's now or wait till later to see how things shake out, or if it makes the list at all.
Looking at the letter that they sent, talks about they provided services to 87 Bristol residents last year. And healthcare providers saw 33 individuals in the field across 41 appointments. They're looking for, they're raising 143,000. Moncton has committed to 3,000 of their ARPA funds, contingent upon 2 or more towns contributing as well. So for me, I would be happy to approve that. It's $2,500 is not a lot of money. And if it can help them reach their goal and also support Moncton in terms of their contribution, I think we should do it. And I know that this wasn't part of the ARPA committee. I know it's a late thing coming in, but I think the particular item that it is very beneficial to our community.
So who are you gonna take that $2,500 from?
I don't think we haven't.
We don't have to take it from anyone.
Spelled out all the money yet, anyway.
That's right.
Just add it to the list.
We haven't, not yet, but
Yeah.
I mean, some of the asks was over what we, based on all the asks, we were over what we had. So whatever we give to them, we can't give to somebody else.
Porter, what's your feelings? You were chair of the committee. We're not gonna leave it all up to you.
I can't speak for the committee, but I think that it probably would have
Made the list.
It probably would have made the list.
Hmm.
I mean, it fits a lot of the criteria. It's a vulnerable population. It's a population that was particularly hit by COVID because they're invisible. It's a service that's offering to come directly to us. Yeah, and it's leveraging other money. I think it probably would have made the list, but I can't speak for the committee.
Did they come in this late just because they figured out they needed this, or, I mean,
I'm not sure.
I was surprised
Or
to
is
see
it,
that. I
hey,
was
they
like,
have
how come
ARPA
it,
money too?
what's that?
Or is it, hey, they have ARPA money too?
Well, I'm not sure that crossed my mind, but I was trying to figure out why so late, why are, so then my first instinct was, well, you missed the deadline.
Right. Yeah, I don't know why it came in when it did.
Well, as a committee, we didn't do things like reach out to Open Door Clinic per se, right? We reached out to our community members.
Yeah.
So.
Can I say something? I know that at town meeting, there was something that was added to the budget for migrant farm workers. And I remember a few community members standing up and saying, why is it such a small amount? And a lot of people clapping and cheering, just to put that out there.
No, you're right, Tasha.
No, I mean, I didn't have a problem with the amount and the thing. It was just like, why are they
why
just
is it so
figuring
late?
it out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something different. It was just a representation.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been a number of things. Like everybody else, I know that they're really shorthanded. They may just not have had somebody to say, reach out to Bristol, like, you know what I mean?
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Yeah, are you gonna add that in this one?
Well, that's a question. That's an option. And just adjust the numbers.
I'm happy to add that to my motion.
It was what,
Are you okay?
2,500? 2,500?
Yeah.
For Open Door Clinic. Are you okay with a second of that, Michelle?
Yep.
Okay. Shall we vote? Any more discussion?
Let her get it on there so we can see it.
Okay.
She's editing it in real time. That's how good we are now.
Although it doesn't calculate, so you'll just have to imagine what the new sum is going to be.
Well, we trust you though.
38 something.
Right.
Or 38.15.
No, 40 something, because that.
Wait, yeah.
Here we go.
And then this will change too.
Yep.
So.
Excellent.
Okay.
And so I just want to, while there's some silence here, I just want to add that these figures and the balances, I'm referring to them as available principal balance because the funds have been earning interest in the account that they're in. So these balance available does not include the interest that's accruing. So that number should be increasing a little bit ultimately.
Great.
Great.
Jill's fixing your number for you there.
Well, if you look in the TA report, there's also an additional 800 and something dollars that needs to be reflected in this resolution that I hadn't remembered. So I need to update that the whereas is to acknowledge that early $800 expense for the public outreach activities. So these numbers will get, corrected.
Changed around.
Okay, super. That looks good, Val.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All right, shall we vote?
Sure.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Joel, are you abstaining this time?
I am. I didn't get in on the conversation, so.
All right.
And I wouldn't vote anyway, because I do work for the Bristol Rescue Squad plowing. I get an income from them, so I didn't want to vote anyway, but I just come in.
I know. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to say yes.
Thank you.
No. Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay. Ayes have it. Congratulations. Thank you all for coming in.
Yes. Thank you, Tasha. Thank you, Cecil. Thank you, Danielle.
All right, moving on. Vermont Community Foundation DEI grant report and recommended next steps. Mrs. Porter Knight.
Can I go from here, or do you want me to come up there?
Please
Why
come
don't
up.
you come join us?
Do I have to sign anything?
None of us have touched it.
Oh, okay.
Go for it.
Hey, everybody. Okay, so there are three pieces to this. One is the grant report for the work that was done following the Vermont Community Foundation grant that you guys applied for last summer to do work to sort of further the Declaration of Inclusion. And then there's a piece of paper that talks about next steps coming out of that work. And then we actually got invited by the Vermont Community Foundation to apply for an additional $10,000 if the town wants to continue this work. So that's the third piece, which is, I think, a separate item on the agenda. So I know you guys get all this stuff in advance, and I don't want to be that person who reads you everything that you've already read. So I'll just maybe talk about the grant report really briefly, and then ask if there's questions, and then we'll go to the next step recommendations and do questions, and then go to the next grant application. Does that make sense?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. So if you'll recall, the initial grant called for three things. So the first was training. And so last summer, you guys approved hiring Tabitha Moore with Intentional Evolution. She was great to work with. I think Valerie would second that. She was fun for any of you who were able to come to the trainings. So there were 5 trainings, 4 of them were her. One was Linnea Johnson from Women's Safe, the one about gender. Tabitha also did 2 bonus sessions because our first session was a snow day, so nobody could come to the morning one. And then it was the first one, so there was a scramble, and not everybody who wanted to come to that first one was able to. So she did a shortened version of that later in April. And then the last topic, which is what, sort of tying it all together, like what do we do with bias once we understand it, and how do we lead with equity? There was so much conversation both in the morning and the afternoon that we didn't get to the last piece of it, which was about how to address an instance where somebody, says something that is hurtful or offensive. And so she did a mini session on that. So she was very generous with that. I was pleased, and I don't know if Valerie wants to talk to this a little bit, but that between the morning session, which was in person, and the evening sessions, which were Zoom, for most of the topics, we had well over a dozen people participate. There is going to be a follow-up survey, which I don't have the results for yet. I don't think that's gone out yet. But one of the questions there will be asking people who were invited to these trainings, if you weren't able to be there, what was the barrier? What would have made it possible for you to come? Because I'd be really interested to know that. I'd actually be curious to hear from select board members who weren't able to participate in any of these trainings, you know, what might have made it easier or more compelling or interesting for you to attend. But that's sort of my summary on the trainings. Thoughts or questions?
I thoroughly enjoyed the trainings. I thought, we've been doing this work in my office for a couple of years with different people. So far, Tabitha was the most engaging. She made it the most relatable. I really appreciated the opportunities to have it in the evening because I couldn't have attended during the day. So it made good sense for me.
I agree. I thought they were very, very interesting. And I still want all the materials, the PowerPoints. I know I keep asking about them, but I do want to go through because I do want to sort of follow up and solidify some stuff. But yeah, I thought they were fantastic. I went to one in person and I went to the others. I did Zoom, and they were all incredibly interesting and I think very valuable.
And I can tell you, Porter, for me, it's just, you know, I have a long day at work, to come home and have to get onto a Zoom or go to a meeting. I mean, it's just like, so, I mean, sometimes I had stuff going on, so I couldn't make it, but yeah, that was ultimately, it's not that I didn't want to do it, but when I get home and it's like, okay, I only have 15 minutes before I have to be into another meeting, it's like, do I really want to do that? But that was really ultimately why, you know, for me. But if she has PowerPoint presentations, I would like to see the slides.
Yeah. When we talk about next steps, we'll talk about some other options, because that was one of the things that came up was how can we make this more accessible for people?
I mean, if she'd have if you guys could have recorded it, because then I could have watched it, okay, on a time, like whether it might have been on a weekend, you know, or I'm up early, everybody else in my house is asleep, I could have watched it then.
I think they have to be
Tabitha did suggest, or she asked that the meeting materials only be provided to the people that attended, because if they were just released into the world without context, that they might not land the way they intended.
Yeah, you'd have to structure something differently, and which I definitely think we could look into as a town. Like in terms of training, it would just be a slightly different structure and design and teaching tool than the ones that Tabitha did and led, because it's because of the participation, you sort of need that interactivity.
Yeah, but I do think the idea of when you're making decisions for a community and it's not just your own, you know, opinion, if there were tools that I took away from that will make me look at things, our process is different going forward.
So then the second part of the grant was a review of decision-making. And so Tabitha with Valerie looked at the town report, actually the previous year's town report, and she made some suggestions we kind of missed this year, but for next year. Overall, she felt like the report did a great job in being inclusive and using language that was welcoming, but she had a couple of suggestions. So there are things that Valerie can incorporate when she and Sharon send out send in your stuff for the report to make some suggestions. And then she also went through the website and made some suggestions. Again, she said, you know, it was pretty good, but there were some ideas that were things we hadn't thought of. And so Valerie has that list, and as part of, I know that looking at refreshing the website is something that's kind of on your agenda in the future. So you'll have that available for that going forward. And then the other piece of the decision-making was this tool, which is called Driving Equity. We just kind of named it that. But the purpose of this exercise is to ensure that all decisions made in the town of Bristol contribute to Bristol being, and then this is right off the Declaration of Inclusion, being a place where individuals can live freely and express their opinions, and a town committed to fair and equal treatment of anyone in our community, as stated in the town's Declaration of Inclusion. Every decision made by every department head and committee has the opportunity to grow Bristol towards equity and inclusion,
These questions are a starting place to help decision makers look for where power flows and work to see that all are served. So it's kind of set up like a little steering wheel, and it has just 3 main questions. So the first question is, what's the goal of the decision? The second question is, who's impacted and who's served by the decision? And the third question is, who's missing from and who's participating in the conversation shaping the decision? And these are certainly things that as a select board, you guys are already sort of, dealing with, but it puts it front and center, and especially for leaders who don't do this as often as you, like the committees and other commissions of volunteers, and also as a support to department heads, it's just things to keep in mind. And then this Tabitha had a lot more questions, and so those are on the inside if people want to dive deeper. But really, with any question or any decision, just keeping these in mind can be a helpful tool. And so I test drove this with Meredith with the decision she was trying to consider for the rec department, with the planning commission, and with the energy committee over the winter, just to say, like, we don't want this to like stop your work. We don't want it to be a whole new thing you have to do. We just want it to, give you sort of like a moment's pause so that you can be like, oh yeah, what's driving this? Who's here at the table? Who's not? Do we need to reach out to them? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. If we do, how do we do that? So we call that the driving equity tool. So that was part of that number 2. Mm-hmm. Any questions or observations on that, or anyone who's seen this used? I think Jim might have been at the planning commission meeting. And then the last part of the grant said that we were going to look at what we've done this year and talk about next steps for moving forward. So in the original grant, we called it a sustainability plan. We haven't really changed that much to sustain, so I'm just calling it next steps. But the next step has, like 2 pages of ideas and options. So we can talk about that next, but in the report, it references the next steps piece. Mm-hmm. Shall we just charge ahead on that? All right.
You got the floor.
All right. So next steps is in like 5 different categories, really 4. The 5th one just says everybody, but the first one is opportunities for the select board to take this ball forward. So the first one on there would be to apply for more money from the Community Foundation to support some of the other work. The second would be to look into creating an equity committee to try to pull in more community input, and then to support you in doing this work. And also to support Valerie in doing this work, so it's not all, all on her. The third piece there would be to look into developing a plan to make Bristol more ADA accessible, and to authorize or encourage the equity committee to work with local businesses to improve ADA at downtown, and work with the rec department to create ADA recreational opportunities in the community. That was an area that we didn't spend a lot of time on this year in this grant, but is definitely part of inclusion. And then to budget for welcome bags to welcome new residents and tenants also to the community, support the library's social justice discussion group, to consider making vouchers available for childcare and possibly transportation, so people of limited means can participate or volunteer on committees and boards. Those 3 things are things that would be in this next grant. The last thing is to budget for a social worker position for the town to support mental health and safety needs of the community. I know that's something you guys have been exploring already. That is not part of the next grant, so that would just be separate. And then the last thing on the select board's list of things to consider would be to support the planning commission, which I know you're already doing, as they work to promote changes for zoning to add housing at low and mid price points. So that's kind of the list of things that the select board could do moving forward for next steps. Do you want me to go talk about all of it, or do you want me to stop there and take questions or thoughts, responses?
I think for myself, I need to absorb it all for a little bit.
Totally, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm still repping I know the state changed Act 250 some to make more housing downtown, and I saw a very nice piece in the Addison this week about what Bristol's doing and what Kevin had given some reports on what they're doing on things, but making it, we had something at the bank called the middle income.
Right.
But when I see a minimum income home price is $450,000 or $500,000.
Whose middle is that?
Whose middle is
Right.
that? Right.
Yes.
And who's driving that? Who's driving that bus, so to speak? Is it the builders and the contractors and material now to get?
Yeah.
It's the buyers.
It's the market.
It's the buyers that are.
If they overbuild and then they say it sits there for 6 months not sold, will they start lowering the price? I'd say it's a catch-22, I don't know.
Right now, there's not enough housing stock. I mean, everything's going.
Of any
Yeah.
kind, yeah.
Of any kind, yeah.
I mean,
The prices are not gonna go down, no
Yeah.
matter what.
Nope.
I mean, real estate just is gonna raise, it may slow down, but your prices are not gonna go backwards.
Yeah.
I mean, I tell you this quick, cute story. Some of them, we're building a branch on Main Street in Brandon, and we asked for one change order. We've asked for some, but one change order, we wanted a outlet put in the ceiling, and a suspended ceiling, and it was $1,600 for that change order. I go, let me go to the hardware store and get some 12-2 in a box.
Right, I'll be back after
And I'll be
lunch.
back and I'll do it myself. But I can't, but I went, what? $1,600 as change order, they said.
I know.
Yeah, so who's driving?
At the planning commission on the zoning regs, it's like, that's great, you could have that in there, but how do you control that,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and my thought is,
Yeah, there are some changes. I mean, I think that they, like you said, and I think it was in the paper, like they are doing some things that could make some potential changes, but.
I think what's hurting us here is there is some vacant lots, or there's some houses that could be, but we don't have a municipal septic system. We just put everything in the ground, and, when the engineer says it won't, you can't put two systems in that little backyard of Peter, you've done
Or
mine
one,
before.
or one big shared system
Right,
doesn't work.
it doesn't work.
So of the things for the select board, none of these is really a huge ask. They're more about encouraging, supporting, that type of thing. A couple things that would cost money that you could do if you got the grant, and the one that's a big expense that you've already been considering and talking about anyway. So that's the select board thing. The next piece would be if you created an equity committee, which is something that a lot of communities have been doing to try to take some of the work off the select board's shoulders and to support staff. And so this is just a laundry list of things that they could do. Not a mandate, but just some ideas. So they could be producing all are welcome here banners or signs for store windows or home residents. Support and promote minority-owned businesses. That would be collaborating with like the Professionals of Color Network in Vermont and other organizations and groups statewide. Creating a forum for feedback from community members, there's a typo, about issues or experiences with inequity or discrimination. Begin the process of equity mapping. Equity mapping is a tool that uses data to help leaders make informed decisions about investment and development opportunities by looking at the target impact of proposed projects. That would be something that the grant could get started. Make sure everybody in the community knows that we do have access to language support services. So if somebody were to walk into the town office or the school or, the Masonic Hall, someone could call and get someone in that language. Try to encourage more diverse voices on committees and boards. Collaborate with other agencies to create and promote restorative justice. Create some type of handout or business type card that has information and resources for people to report community incidents of discrimination or harm. That's also something that could be in the VCF grant. And then explore readiness to join one of two programs, which are statewide. One is called EPIC and one is called IDEAL. And they both support municipal governments in this type of work, but they require a lot more commitment than we are really at a point yet. So the equity committee would be a group that could start to look at what would Bristol need to do to even be ready to participate in one of those more collaborative programs that's running statewide. So those would be things that a committee could do. Then there's a list of things that the administrator could do with help from a committee if one existed. And so that includes putting the Declaration of Inclusion and this decision-making tool prominently on the website, creating a click here button on the web page, or having other easy means for reporting incidents of discrimination harm, reviewing and updating all the job descriptions with inclusive language to help make it easier to encourage hiring of people from different populations, scheduling some ongoing education for all employees and volunteers, including you guys. And that might include 2 trainings, kind of like the ones we've done, but maybe in more creative formats to make it more possible for people to attend. Having posters in town offices with inclusion statement, policy goals, and where to report incidents, and having some information in new employee packets. And then again, having the little card telling people what to do, but this would be about internal stuff. And then supporting staff, developing resource list, engaging the community to talk about the community's core values. That could be something the grant could do. And developing guidance on expectations to model DEI principles. So those are the big ones. So lots of possibilities for where to go from here. Some of them cost money, and if you want to do those, that's our next piece, is a grant application to the Community Foundation. A lot of them are ones that just say, yeah, we want to bolster this conversation. Any thoughts or questions about that next step piece before we talk about the grant?
Yeah, I think it feels like a really comprehensive list of, pretty doable. Some of it's low-hanging fruit that could be done pretty quickly, and other things would be more time-consuming.
Yeah, and it definitely does have that breadth. Some of the things really are easy things, or things that are kind of already started that would just be supporting, and then others would be planting a seed that would take longer. Where all these ideas came from is, as I said, several other towns have done work like this. So Essex and Middlebury both had good lists of things they've done. But also the people who run the EPIC and the IDEAL program both have lists of things that municipalities can do. So I had those. And then there were other resources along the way in this year that some are ones that Valerie had collected and sent to me, and others were ones that Tabitha shared with us, and some are ones that I just found here and there. So they came from all different places.
With regard to the forming of a committee portal, are you interested in being on that committee? Just because I know that with your talks that you've done, organized at the library, and obviously everything you've organized and arranged for us so far. I'm curious if that's you're interested in that, or you just want to put that forward.
Do it.
I know you just got off a long-standing committee of 14 months.
Yeah,
so.
Funny that you noticed that. Yeah, I would be interested in being on this committee. But I would be especially interested in supporting people in the community with lived experience in issues of diversity, equity, or inclusion. So I would put my name in the hat. But if and then we would go from there.
Okay.
If I could just chime in a little bit, I just want to caution about, I'm concerned a little bit about the potential time commitment that some of these things may require. So I'm not sure if a committee would need to be staffed, what kind of staff support they would expect to have. And I just worry a little bit about bandwidth to be able to move forward on some of these things, specifically mine.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of that, on that second page, Val, the ones that are specifically sort of administrator based?
Actually, well, if the committee is formed so that it's fairly self-sufficient, kind of like the Conservation Commission and the Energy Committee, they really don't require a lot of input. If they could form and run with it, then that would be great. But if it required more staff support, that might be a challenge.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I see it similar to our other committees like conservation or energy. Obviously, planning and development review are a little bit more detailed because of the legal aspects of the things that they're working on. But I think an equity committee, if we decided to go that direction, I think it could be, I would see it as a standalone where they would govern themselves and report to the select board on the things that they were doing. And obviously the things that they'd be suggesting would be affecting town staff and you, Val, and board members and things like that. But hopefully we would obviously be involved in that discussion going forward.
That's
Porter,
kind of
what's
the way, that's kind of the way I see it too, Val. I see it kind of like as extending the ears and the brainstorming capacity of the town. So like, you know, gathering more thoughts, bringing more people in, and then bringing the ideas to the select board or to the administrator, rather than, you know, they're not going to be making decisions. It's more going to be gathering data and producing ideas, and then some of those, the select board or the administrator will say, yeah, go do that, that's fine. And others, they'll say, thanks, we'll take this and figure out how to proceed.
And it looks like a long list, but I think there's things can be condensed in terms of how it's broken down by select board or committee or administrator, staff support. You know, there's a lot of overlap in those. So, you know, creating certain parts of that, I think could be done in one go that would affect and hit all of those areas.
Yeah, and also to be clear, the next steps isn't like that has to happen in a year. This is just saying, we did this year's worth of work and here's some next steps to move forward, but they don't have to happen all at once. And then the next grant application would be for funding in the coming year. But again, you know, the timeline could be flexible about when that work is actually done and completed, so.
So we've applied for it and we received the 10,000, and that's how we've had the previous trainings. You would do another 10,000. I know this is sort of leading on to what you'll be next discussing. Another 10. Are there higher amounts or lower amounts? Is 10 just what the grant is usually?
They have this, yeah, the Community Foundation has this municipal DEI grant, and it's 10. And they invited us to apply. I guess they liked what Bristol was doing. And so, yeah, so it would be 10 again. I presume if we asked for less, they wouldn't say no.
Right.
But I think that 10 is a cap. And so the way that I drafted the grant is that 5,000 of that would be to continue our relationship with Tabitha Moore of Intentional Evolution. And that would be significantly to support Valerie in any of those changes that were on the administrator's list, so she wouldn't have to be doing those by herself. So, you know, the job description and then having a community conversation that the equity committee could help lead, but that Valerie would be a part of, basically to have a conversation as a community about core values and principles related to equity in municipal government. And also a little bit of training. And then 3,000 would be for community outreach, the things that were on the next steps. And 2,000 would be to start to begin to develop some metrics and do some data collection about you know, equity mapping in the community.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good breakdown. And the reason I asked about the amount was obviously you have the social worker position on there, which I'm in very strong support of, but we know Bruce put together numbers and it's much greater than 10,000. So I was just curious about that.
That was one thing that was not in the grant at all.
Yeah, understandably.
But your equity committee might be able to help you look for grant money for that elsewhere.
Right. And
Yeah, but
hopefully
eventually those grant monies run out, so
They do.
eventually the town has to pay for that, so you gotta look at the long term too.
right. But hopefully, you know, if we're successful in our search for a grant writer, for the town, obviously that would be beneficial to us too. I'd make a motion, and if we're moving on to the grant side of things, I'd make a motion to approve the grant application for 10,000 for the Vermont Community Foundation.
I'll second.
Any other discussion?
I get,
Yeah, the only thing that I'll say about that is that the grant report and the next steps don't require your action, and you certainly can absorb those at your leisure. However, if we apply for this grant and move ahead with that and don't have a committee in place, I think we just need to be sensitive to that, because without having a little posse of people to help execute the community outreach and some of that, I think that that's going to be putting a heavy load on Valerie. And I'm perfectly willing to support her in that, but I feel like the community will be better served if it's not a one-person show. I feel like the community will be better served to have more and a broader range of voices to help do this outreach and community values conversation. So I'm happy to do it, but I feel like it would be better done with a deeper range of chorus.
Is there a deadline, or is that a rolling sort of situation for the grant?
The reason that I'm here now instead of waiting till after we had done the final survey as part of the first grant is that they had asked me to apply in April. And I said, well, we haven't even finished the first grant yet. Can we finish that first? And she's like, yeah, when are you gonna be done? And I was like, the end of May. So I don't think that they're gonna run out of money, but I wanna be sensitive to the fact that we had an invite and I'd love to.
We don't wanna miss out.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
FOMO, right?
Right.
So that's why I'm here. She said, can you do it by the end of May? I said, I can. So here I am. So that's sort of where I am. But I let her know I was coming tonight. And I'm certain that if I said that you guys needed to take time, that'd be fine.
Well, we could apply for the grant. If we get the grant, we could still make a decision on the committee.
That's right.
Between now and then.
Exactly.
Joel, did you have a question?
yeah, I think Ian or someone said about there's some committee, I'm sensitive to Valerie saying that her workload right now is about a 65-hour a week right now. And we have a very minimal staff here to help her and everyone. Everybody's got more work than their plate can handle. And my thought is, when you said, Ian, about, there's some committees that are out there, conservation, energy, and them, but I kind of keep them like a team of horses, and I don't mean that by calling them horses, by no means, but they're still in our reins, and sometimes we have to pull those reins in, and we have to answer those questions, because the voters will say, hey, what's going on with the conservation, or what's going on with the energy and this and that? And if there's one more thing on our plate, I'm not opposed, as Michelle said, the grant, they want to put out the money, but I don't want to see taxpayers' dollars. I don't want in a few years use taxpayers' dollars to fund something, as Governor Scott is saying now with the hotel motel, the federal government stopped giving money. In this grant, they're going to say, well, we're moved on to something else in 3 years. So we really think you ought to support this through taxes, and I'm not in favor of that. And I'm in favor of now applying for the grant, but I just want to, we have a small staff, and to put more on Valerie's plate or the rest of the staff in this building, I just don't think it's fair to them. So.
I agree.
Any other discussion, questions? All right, shall we vote? Do you want to say your motion again?
The motion was just to, approve the grant application to the Vermont Community Foundation.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, anyone opposed? All right, thank you very much, Porter.
Porter, will you hand me one of those?
Yeah.
I was gonna leave
Okay.
this here,
Yeah.
and you can,
Yours doesn't have anything on the inside of it.
yeah, that was a
That's just
draft.
blank. No, on the inside.
Yeah,
Oh, no, it doesn't.
plus this one fixed the typo.
Oh, okay.
So we're leaving these here, and we'll, talk to all the committees and commissions about them over time. But you can take them and you can pass them around, and it's, attributed to the town of Bristol. So, when Middlebury picks up and says, well, this is so good, you can be like, yeah, Bristol did that. Bristol.
Yeah, I get their
Porter.
agenda to us this morning.
You're doing it the smart way.
Thank you, Porter.
What's that?
Not doing it at all.
Eric's always thinking these questions all the time.
I know.
Thanks so much, Porter.
Thank you.
Porter.
Yeah.
If, so you said you might be interested in the committee. Are you, if the select board decided to go ahead with that, are you just putting your hat in and just, you would expect the town to have the committee form and look for people and put it out there, or would you be willing to do a little bit more to sort of try to engage people? If you were, I'd be willing to work with you
Anything that
on
the
that.
select board or Valerie asks, yeah, if you want,
Okay.
I will.
Careful.
Be
I was just gonna say, as
careful.
it relates to this project, but I mean, like, yeah, I will, you know, help try to spread the word and
Okay.
recruit.
Because I'd be happy to work with you on that if you'd like my help, so as not to add more to Val's very stacked plate.
Agreed. So if you guys get there, then we'll talk.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Porter.
Thank you.
Thanks, Porter. All right, so moving on, number 5, review the annual landfill inspection report. Steve Palmer, VTM Engineering.
Hey, good evening, everybody. How you doing?
There were some other letters in there too, Steve. I didn't say them though.
It's quite all right. Okay. I promised I would be short tonight. Can we share the screen for just a minute?
You're
Yeah, you
muted.
should be a co-host, Steve.
I just made you a co-host.
Okay, so how do I do that?
Share screen. at the
Share
bottom.
screen.
Bingo.
The green carrot.
Can you guys see what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
No, we see you and Valerie and Ian and Jill.
It's coming.
There you go.
All right, now I'm coming through. All right, let's
Yeah.
try this first though. Okay,
So this,
go ahead, sorry.
no, I thought it was a water line replacement first, but now you're on the right
Yeah,
one.
you're there. Okay.
Are we doing the landfill first?
We
Yeah.
are.
Landfill over
Yep.
there, yeah.
Sorry.
You're good. You're ready to go.
I think pictures sometimes are worth 1,000 words, right? So, and I know a lot of folks don't get out here very often. The landfill, you can see I picked a really horrible day to go out for a site walk too. So here's the entry road, right? Down below, coming from the highway facility. There's a solar array. There's some other good pictures of the solar array. In general, folks, the landfill looks pretty good. You guys did a great job last year. We had a bunch of recommendations in terms of things that needed to be reseeded, trees that needed to be removed from a bunch of, I'll show you in a minute. This is just kind of from a bunch of the stormwater swales, which they did. There's a couple left. There's not many. Here's one at the south end. I noted a couple of things in here, and there's some reseeding that really needs to probably get done. I don't know, up around the solar array, it's mostly on the top of the landfill, right? I mean, what the goal of solid waste is try to make sure your cap lasts forever, right? So you've got a clay cap here, and basically on top of the clay cap, you've got some topsoil, and I don't want to see that erode. You get down into a clay cap. So what I
I'm sorry,
recommended
they
was,
don't make grass seed for clay.
I hear you. And the other part of this, I mean, the difficulty I think that they have is this is on the very top of the landfill, right? So I'm sure that this is drier than most of the other areas. So that's an issue. But really the two issues were reseeding where we need to, and believe me, it's 100 times better than it was a year ago. So significant improvement. Kudos to the folks that were working on it. And let's see, where's the last swale?
Now, go back up one. Do those trees have to be taken out? Is that where you were talking about the ditch? The trees have to be taken out?
Yeah, there's a couple. There's not many. This is the one ditch, and you can see where this is, right? This is over toward the laydown area here.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the concrete pile.
Yeah.
Right. And the reason is, I mean, anywhere on the cap, and this is really right on the edge of the cap. I'm not exactly sure where the clay left off, but it's probably pretty close to this. They don't want the root systems growing through your cap. Okay. The last thing was you've got a stormwater swale that comes down. There should have been a culvert in here. You can see it just kind of ends, right? They built the road and I don't know what happened, but that's pretty minor. I think it's something highway guys could probably fix in short order.
So
So,
they need to, are you saying they need to put a culvert in there?
yeah, you can't see it in this picture, but this is a pretty steep hill from down. It just ends right here. So it's supposed to go across the roadway and go down. You now have a new infiltration basin over here.
I don't even know where that is.
Whereabouts is that, Steve?
Up the road.
Hold on. Let me back up here. Right here. Just coming down this hill.
Oh, okay.
It hits the road right there and just kind of
Yeah, it's hard for me to get across there with my golf cart.
Okay.
And go through there.
Right.
You
So all in all,
laugh.
landfill looks pretty good, folks. It really does. It's a nice operation. They've got this solar facility. If you haven't been there, look at this. This is pretty neat.
I think that was in his thing last year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was that in your thing last year, Steve, about putting that culvert in?
It was.
I thought.
They would get right on it.
But you guys did a bang up job with the rest of the stuff, so it looks pretty good all in all. Any questions there?
No, it's pretty straightforward.
Let's see if we can get on to the next one.
So as I mentioned in my notes, the landfill, not the landfill, the solar project also requires an annual stormwater report. And so Steve very kindly agreed to take that on, and we're going to incorporate that ultimately into the annual landfill report and have that inspection kind of serve both purposes. And
So we
also
have to pay for-
we'll amend that into the annual contract for services as well.
So the town has to pay for that? For the solar array? Is that what-
I don't think it'll be substantially enough to split the hairs about billing the solar system for it. Because he's going to be out there anyway.
Just one question.
Sorry, why not?
Valor, if we just had a capped landfill there,
We
green
would have
grass,
that.
would we have to have that
No.
stormwater permit?
No,
No? You're shaking your head no?
correct.
Then I think it should be billed to the solar.
I
Plain
mean,
and
I don't
simple.
know how much it is, but.
I reviewed the lease agreement about that, and as I recall, and I might need to be corrected, but I'm pretty sure the lease agreement put the stormwater, the permitting responsibility onto the town, or we were going to split it proportionally with Acorn somehow. And there was a
I
calculation,
remember this discussion. but I
some
can't
percentage
remember what.
calculation.
I thought it was if I remember
But
right,
the annual additional expense might not, it might take more administrative time and effort to do that than just pay it. I don't know. We can look into it.
This discussion.
I thought it was like if there's 10 acres and 7 acres is solar array and 3 acres is our gravel or our dirt piles and our cement piles and culverts down there is 3 acres, then it's a 70-30 split. And I don't mean to, I thought
Yes,
that's what
it was something like that. I'll take another look.
Okay. Are we on to wastewater?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Item number 6, review of annual wastewater system. Go for it.
Okay, another place that folks probably don't get down too much. Jill and Cyrus have done a bang up job down here. This place looks great. I don't know if anybody's been down. They worked really hard last year there was a whole bunch of box alders that grew along in here. And the box alders in particular, right, have pretty deep root systems. So those types of trees you don't want growing right into the field. And I mean, what's happened, you can see the creek, right, over the last 20 years, it's crept right out into the field. So they went in and cleaned all this up. You don't want those root systems getting into your field, interfering with any of your piping, gravel systems, any of that stuff. So the place really looks great. They really spent some time down there this year. Did quite a few repairs as well to the system, and I know those two are on, and they can talk a little bit about that. Here's just some general, I know folks probably hopefully know what you're eating right now, right? But you know, this is what your system really is. It's a glorified, it's a septic system, right? It's not a municipal wastewater treatment system. It's a very large septic system. That's really what you have, okay? these guys, like I said, they took care of the great majority of things. We had a couple things that we noted in here. Some of the bricks and things were pretty well gone, and Cyrus has got those in his notes, and I've got them here as well as recommendations to rebuild a couple of these things. I think the biggest thing that we noticed is grease. And, you know, just to refresh everybody's memory, you know, this was designed as a 20,000 gallon a day wastewater treatment system. Right now, you're at about 7,700 roughly gallons per day. You're limited on BOD. And BOD, in simple terms, it's really a measure of organics, right? So organics being things like grease, sugars, food waste, you know, spent grains from breweries, that kind of stuff. They're not, you typically do not see high BOD in a regular residential wastewater system. Those kinds of things are coming from your other types of establishments. So I know there's been a lot of discussion about this, and I don't really want to go too far down this path tonight, but there's a lot of things to think about, I think, on your side. Most municipalities, even with a municipal wastewater treatment system, if they had somebody that came in with special waste, and special waste a lot of times is brewery waste, that's super strong. Every municipality I've ever worked with has gone back to the customer and said to the customer, you need to deal with pre-treatment on your end, because the alternative to upgrading a municipal system is extremely expensive for the town or whoever's doing it. And I'm not saying that's the answer for you, but just I want you to think about the fact that there are two solutions. You can either deal with it as a municipality, or you can deal with it on the customer end. One of the other things that Cyrus and I came across was there was a ton of grease in the septic tank itself. Okay, they've been, I think those guys can do a better job explaining the maintenance side of it and what they're doing. But as I understood it from my conversation with Cy, they pumped this once last year. There was a good 2 feet of grease on top of that septic tank. You don't want that out in your field. I mean, really what that's going to do is plug off your fields. So I don't know where
Steve, you said 2 feet? You mean 2 inches?
No, I mean 2 feet.
Oh, okay. Just want to be clear on that.
Yeah, no, there was a huge amount of, Cyrus had to basically, I'm not trying to be gross about it. I'm just trying to explain to you. I realize that all of these restaurants have grease traps. Right. I don't know what the maintenance schedule is. I don't know how that's all being dealt with.
Apparently they're not doing a good
If it's
job.
being done, I don't even know the design of the grease traps and whether or not they were designed in a manner that would adequately remove the grease. So I can't really speak to that end of it. I'm just trying to explain to you, there are two ways to look at this, right? If you guys want to get the most out of the system, and I think to expand your downtown and expand your wastewater capacity, you are right at the limit right now in terms of BOD. Your limits from the state today are 33.4 pounds a day of BOD that they will allow you to dispose of in the field. Based on the calculations from this year, and the calculations, by the way, are flow times the average BOD readings, and Jill and Cyrus go and sample twice a year, and we take those and we put them into this calculation that the state gives us, right? So you're allowed 33.4 pounds a day. You're at 33.1 pounds a day. You have no capacity left in the system, and you're at 7,700 gallons a day, as opposed to 20,000. So I'm just trying to explain to you, you know, looking forward, I think you guys should think about how to deal with that, and whether or not you truly want to deal with this on municipal end, or you want to do some other things to maybe work with the businesses to try to lower what's coming into the system. Okay, does that make sense?
Steve, can I ask you a question? You said food waste. You actually found food waste in there? I mean, because aren't they supposed to be composting all their food?
Well, if you are, think about it this way, if you're a restaurant and you have a commercial dishwasher, nobody's scraping those plates before they go in the dishwasher, and 100% of that goes down the drain. And I'm not picking on any of the restaurants. That's, you know, they're there. You know, I don't have to explain. I'm just trying to explain to you that a system like this isn't designed for that kind of waste, right? Okay. So some sort of pre-treatment, whether the pre-treatment happens on the customer end or it happens on this end, if you guys really want, if your goal is to expand the system and expand the downtown and expand your wastewater capacity, and you could do some combination of the two as well. Anyway, maybe that's a whole discussion for a different evening, but I just thought it was worth touching on this evening, because I've heard a lot about the municipal field, and I haven't heard very much discussion about pre-treating on the customer end at all. Jill and Cyrus, have I touched on everything?
Yeah, and we can go over more of it. Cyrus is just to my side here. He is definitely here if you guys have direct questions for him as well. But we have been thinking about this quite a bit lately. And doing quite a few classes as far as for renewing our licensure. And the ones that we've been in this year have included high strength waist training. And it kind of, I'm in the class and they're going over breweries and high strength waist users. And I kind of like had this moment where I went, poof, 10 out of the 34 connections are high strength waist users. It's we are a traditional septic system that can't handle high strength waste users, but yet that's what a third of our connections are, and probably more than a third are hydraulic. So what happened is when these septic systems got designed and permitted, they were permitted from a hydraulic capacity, which is gallons, but they weren't permitted per se, and things weren't designed per se on the connection level for organic loading, which organic is your BOD and your TSS and your fats, oils, and greases, which we call fog. We have a ton of it. So it's like, it's killing the system. So pre-treatment would be a very big step, and continuing to work hard with those high strength waste users. And we also, once we get into the budgeting, need to start looking at how we're billing for high strength waste connections versus non-high strength waste connections as a potential way of trying to deal with it, at least for the next year, while we figure out how to rewrite probably ordinances and do some deeper diving on the underlying issues.
I guess, is that going to be the first stage of that, do you think? I mean, we can make this an agenda item to sort of discuss the findings of this report, but I think we need to look at our ordinances first before approaching high strength users and things like that, right? And I know we've talked about this before, and we have changed some of that language, or at least have discussed changing that language.
Well, and let me offer you some console that's actually coming from the state. Is they're realizing that high strength waste users are pretty much destroying a lot of our municipal wastewater systems without us having a way to deal with it. So they're actually thinking of using some of their state ARPA money to actually produce a full ordinance that deals with all of these pieces and share it out with all the municipal systems.
Do you know when that's going to happen?
Yeah, this year.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that we're aligned really well with the timing. It actually couldn't be quite more perfect. And they asked in the, of everybody in the audience, which there were probably 300 wastewater operators in the audience who's interested. And we were all like, yeah, we need this. Many, many small municipalities. There's probably only 3 to 5, maybe 10 municipalities large enough to have the bandwidth to have created an ordinance and pre-treatment requirements.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the first stage, is to look at our ordinances now. I mean, but it's, yeah, do we wait? I think, speaking to Steve, you talked about, like, in terms of future, what we're hoping to do with it. I think expansion, it's probably not going to happen. We're never going to be able to have the money that we would need to expand it. But I think the main thing is preventing it from failing and having some overhead to the system, which it used to have, but now it doesn't anymore. And so I think we want some sort of comfortable overhead, so we can continue using the system and obviously upgrading it and updating it. But I don't think expansion is on our horizon at the moment. It's just keeping it from failing.
Yeah, and I
so
think
maybe a poor choice of words on my part.
No, not at all, because we talk about it, but it's just the sheer amount of money it would take to make a pre-treatment system or to enlarge it to include more users. We would have to get so many more users on the system to be able to make it affordable, and I don't think it could ever pay for itself.
Right. I mean, the hydraulic capacity is there. That's the sad part, right?
Yeah.
If we can deal with pre-treatment, you have plenty of capacity in the existing system, hydraulically speaking. So, and there are other things. I haven't really sat down and talked to Jill and Cyrus about this, but there are, for instance, if they were going to design some sort of let's put it this way, I think you would want to know what's coming out of each one of your users in terms of the strength of the waste. You would want to do some grab samples, for instance, from your restaurants. You'd want to do some grab samples from your brewery, so that you really had some hard data to know who was really contributing, high levels of BOD to the system. So you know where to start in terms of treatment.
Okay,
Yeah,
so my suggestion would be to have this particular discussion. Let's make it an agenda item for a future meeting. Because I think we could talk about this for a good hour, just this particular aspect. But I think a starting point for us, as we sort of know what's coming down the line in terms of this at the state level, how do we start getting a handle of this, and what are the suggestions, like the grab samples, like all this is stuff that I know nothing about, but I'm interested in doing because I prefer not to see our system fail on us.
Yep.
So at the June 12th Select Board meeting will be a scheduled public hearing for the annual Water and Sewer Department budget discussions. And notice it'll be in this Thursday's Addison Independent, the hearing announcement. And we're also going to include a copy of the hearing announcement in the sewer billing that's going out soon. So I think the sooner we can engage the wastewater users in this conversation so that they're not taken by surprise and hopefully even agree to be part of the solution, so that we might begin this conversation or have more of this conversation at the June 12th hearing.
Yeah, that sounds good, Val.
I mean, I like the idea Steve was saying, to take samples of all of them. At least, I don't know how many times a year, because, I think it's kind of like out of sight, out of mind, down the drain, and if it doesn't back up,
right,
I'm not really concerned where it goes. As long as it don't go in the river. I don't think there's a user down there and wants it to go in the river, they know that, but, if it doesn't come back up the sink, my problem is gone away, so.
Yeah, but you need to think about what happens if the system fails.
System fails, then, there's 34
Then they're
businesses.
SOL.
That are gonna call up Dundon's and gonna need a bathroom or something out there because they don't have anything, whereas everything's gonna go. And a question I have, Valerie, is does our referendum or whatever that contract, not with contract, bad choice of words is, could we say no more restaurants on our system? Jill says we have 10 high users that are grease and byproduct of this that's really affecting. Could we say that?
Well, I don't think there's the capacity anyway. If a new one came and wanted to hook on, we wouldn't have the capacity to authorize it.
Well, let me just, for instance, I know they're not on because I think, Peter, correct me, you've been on the board a long time, was when they designed the system. Well, laundromat is not on because the appropriate soap and water that they were going to put into the system. So they didn't put them on. And now.
Yes, they are.
And we didn't think of.
They must be on, right?
Breweries and things of that.
How could they not be on?
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
They're not on the system.
The
They're on the
washing
water.
machines go to a dry well out in the funeral parlor parking lot.
They're septic.
That's true.
Yeah, I knew
that's
that.
interesting.
So they were on because of, it was going to put our DOB way over when the system was designed with 5-gallon flushes. And that's part of the reason why this thing is failing, because you're putting a lot more strength into the effluent you're flushing down the toilet and putting down the sink.
Okay.
But I
So
don't
their
know whether we
toilet,
can even, what if a laundromat closed up and a restaurant went in there and said, I've got water capacity, I've been buying it from you, they're probably the highest user of water, the rest,
But they don't have sewer capacity.
but they don't have sewer capacity, so just the thought, could we even do that? We said, oh, we can't allow any more restaurants in downtown.
Well, if they pre-treated, they could.
Well, I think we need a lot more data from our users to look at that capacity. I don't think we want to think about that right now, but if we have that data and that data backs it up, and then we start to look at something like that. Yeah.
Correct. I'm not suggesting we make that moratorium now, but we need some data to.
What's the best way to get the data?
you have to collect samples from where they discharge into the manhole. And so you use a composite sampler for that, which we don't own. And so there's a woman named Heather Collins who just started in the program for, well, she's been in water for years, but she's actually She's working for the high strength waste pretreatment program. She has a composite sampler. I might be able to get her to help us because it's really expensive to do this sampling as well. Like you're talking like going from $600 a year of sampling to thousands of dollars a year of sampling just for laboratory costs. So let me talk to Heather and ask her what if there's anything that she or her program can do to support us, because we are out of organic capacity, which means we can't add any new anything. So it's like if somebody said, I want to add 10 seats to my restaurant, another seat to my hairdressing salon, change of use, nope, not unless they're bedrooms. So that's what we're talking about when we say no new capacity. We're not even talking about adding new buildings. We're talking like change of use for potential higher strength, that there's stuff that's got to get done so that we don't end up with our leach lines filled with fat.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions? Can we move on?
Yeah, let's move on.
All right, let's go on to something more fun here than wastewater. Water.
Oh.
Yay.
Okay. So about a month ago, maybe a little more, you folks had asked us to come back with a proposal for the design portion of Bristol Water West. Okay. And Bristol Water West, just so everybody remembers, are these streets right here, or portions of these streets. Okay. This is basically what we had talked about. So the next, just so you understand where I'm headed with this, the next step in this process for you folks in terms of DWSRF funding is to submit an application for funding to the DWSRF program. I am 100% confident you are going to get funded for this project, just because there are millions and millions and millions of dollars right now that they don't have the capacity to even administratively deal with. So the question really is timing and how long does it take them to get to this? So Valerie and I sat down, I spent a lot of time on this last week and over the weekend, pulling a lot of this together, and I went through quite a few iterations. This proposal, by the way, isn't something that you folks have to, we're not asking you to support this. We just simply put this together so that we had a basis to be able to fill out the application for the state. This isn't committing you to anything. It isn't committing you to even the engineering costs in here. We just needed to be able to put a number in the application, and we needed something to support that with. And that's really what this is about. If they come back and they say, okay, Bristol, here is, here we're going to provide you with the loan to do this, and we will give you 50 or 60% loan forgiveness. And in fact, I'm going to get into that. It's probably a little more than that. That money would then be made available to you, and then we would go through the process of putting together a formal agreement for engineering services at that point. Okay. I just wanted everybody to understand that, because I'm going to show you some numbers and I don't want everybody to fall over, but this stuff,
already prepared.
we're now pushing a $5 million plus project.
They've strapped themselves into their chairs.
So we're, in terms of order of magnitude, it's becoming a pretty big project. These are projects in terms of money that I don't think most towns, and I'm sure Bristol's in there, have ever dealt with on this scale. Okay? Short of the school, this is probably the biggest municipal project you're going to deal with, to be honest, financially. So this is, I don't want to go through, go ahead.
Way to set us up.
I don't want to go through word for word what this is. It's all in here if you folks want to go through it, and I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
I did post it to the website so folks can find it.
Thank you very much. So really this comes down to, I went through the history in the beginning of this, how we got to where we're at today. I went through the basis of design, right? Scope of work. You can look through all of this. There's a lot to this. And at the end of this, we also went through a level of effort. Here's anticipated schedule, okay? And a level of effort. These are all things that Valerie and I are going to need for the application, okay? And there's a detailed breakdown. There isn't anything that I'm hiding from in here, okay? I'm sorry, I don't have it in here. And the PDF I sent over has a detailed breakdown of all of this stuff. Okay,
That's also posted on the website.
that's right. And this is not a lump sum budget, by the way. We were simply setting up a budget to work from. This is a not to exceed budget. I think there's going to be areas in here that we're going to be significantly under what we've estimated, but we had to make a ton of assumptions to pull this together. We also, by the way, added in, there was quite a discussion at the last meeting about ensuring that we took into account all of the services. So I've talked quite a bit with Jill. Jill went in and actually counted all the services within those streets and came up with about 170. Am I right, Jill? That's roughly the number. Based on Pine Street, okay, she believes that about 2/3 of those are going to require replacement. That's just, at this point, you need to understand the study that Jill is working on in terms of services that need to be replaced hasn't been completed. So we just made an estimate and we said, okay, of the 170, let's assume for now 120 of those need to be replaced. So I'm going to pull up. I think I'm going to pull up. Let me go to the bottom so you can kind of see. Not there, not there, right here. Okay, so we're talking about construction costs. Okay, at this level, we don't have detailed information we don't know how many valves are going to be out there. We don't know how many hydrants we're going to put in. This level, we're making pretty high level estimates, right? We're assuming a cost per foot and we're putting it in for all of the water mains. And then when it comes to actual services themselves, we're putting in, basically I put in $10,000 of service, right? You could tell me today, Steve, I think it's going to end up being 7,500, and I wouldn't argue with you. But there's a whole lot of things that we don't know. We don't know which services are going to be replaced. We don't know how many driveways we got to dig up. We don't know how many trees we're going to move around. We don't know how many retaining walls we're going to run into. There's a whole bunch of things at this level that I can't even begin to tell you. So I'm just trying to explain to you, there's a lot of assumptions at this stage. Again, whether this ends up being 4.5 million or 5.5 million, you're talking some pretty big numbers. I just want folks to be prepared for that. Okay. So
Boy,
in terms
of the put in a pre-treatment plant.
You're probably right. Maybe 2.
Yeah.
So here's what I was telling you about. Okay. I included all of this information in here and all of our assumptions. Okay. Some of this, by the way, let me talk a little bit about special services. This isn't just our time for surveying and design, and there is a ton of time. Valerie and Jill will tell you the bureaucratic nightmare, and that's what I call it. There is so much time spent with both BWSRF and WID, Water Investment Division. It's sickening. There is hundreds of hours of time spent with those folks just dealing with bureaucracy, hundreds. So some of the stuff I want to touch on, there's a couple of other things too. They've come out with a new, each one of these projects now has a new, I call it an environmental summary form. That's really what it was. This used to be, as of a year and a half ago, this was 3 pages and it would take me the better part of a day to fill out. This has turned into 20 pages. It'll be a week of time if we have all the information available. ArtGen, part of this is archaeological, right? We have to work with historic preservation, even on a project like this. And people shake their head and they say, what possibly could historic preservation have to do with people getting up and walking out?
It's a 1905 water pipe.
Yeah, exactly. It's a requirement of using any EPA funds, okay? So, you know, I can do some of this stuff, but I'm not efficient at it. You know, HeartGen, I've worked with these folks. Valerie's worked with them, I think, or some other folks recently as well. They're quick at it. They'll come in, they'll do their proposal, which, Valerie, did I send you both of those, HeartGen?
You did, and that's also on the website.
Perfect. So LE Environmental's on there as well. So what I asked them, I said, look, please don't send me a proposal just for West. Give me a proposal to do both East and West. So that will, number one, it's less expensive for you folks to have them mobilized one time, right? They're going to come out here, they're going to do a field walk. They're going to do all the research. And I said, for the costs that are in here, and we're not talking, you know, millions of dollars at this point. I think it's better for us to have the information up front and know when we get to East, we've already done all this work and it's completed. And I think you'll save some money doing it both ways. So I think it made sense to do that. Same thing with environmental, by the way. Their DEC requires what they call a linear assessment. So essentially it's a phase 1 assessment. Okay, they're going to go through and they're going to look at all of the historic uses within the entire area. Anywhere there might have been, whether it's a gas station, there might have been a repair garage, there might have been an oil storage facility. There was on Pine Street. That kind of amazed me. They'll do as much research as they can to figure out what was there historically, and then they'll go in and they'll do some underground borings and testing to make sure there's nothing there. What EPA wants to know is if there's an issue in terms of contamination, number one, do we need to address that in terms of the materials that we're speccing out to go through that area that's contaminated, right? So it doesn't hurt the piping. And number two, they want to make sure that we're prepared in terms of the construction and all of a sudden don't get halfway done and have to stop and spend 3 months figuring out how we're going to solve the problem and what we're going to do with the contamination. So that's really where that comes from. Anyway, I don't want to spend a ton of time. I'm happy to answer anybody's questions about any of this stuff, but I think it would be time better spent maybe in the future. Really what we're looking for is not an approval for this budget, simply the ability to be able to go, or your approval to be able to go ahead and fill out an application for DWSRF to apply for the funds. If DWSRF says yes, then we will come back to you at that point and say, okay, Valerie at that point needs to fill out an agreement with them for the funding. And then I need to work with Valerie on putting together an engineering services agreement that this will represent. Okay, does that make sense?
So you need a motion. Right?
Yes, please.
A motion to apply for the DWSRF grant.
So move. Make a motion to have Steve and Valerie work together to apply for this, for the funding.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
Excellent.
Great.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Steve.
Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Steve.
And Jill too.
That represents a lot of work. I appreciate it. We did hop over item 7, which was the preparation for the water and sewer public hearing coming up. So you should step back on that.
Yeah, Steve wanted to get out of here. He didn't want to wait.
Well, my kids are already asleep, so I'm good.
He's 3 cups of coffee in, guys.
So there's a lot of information to think about for this next item about the water budget and the sewer budget. And I think the discussion of the wastewater system was a good lead-in for this conversation. So I'm not exactly sure where to start. With the Excel spreadsheets that were posted to the website for the water and the sewer, there were some areas that we had questions about that may or may not get answered tonight, but at least it'll help us be better prepared for the meeting next time.
Valerie, if you want to start with water first, even though it's technically a longer budget, I think it's less complicated in the fact that it's supporting itself better.
Sure. Is there a file you want to share, or how do you want to approach this?
I have what I sent to you. Have you made edits to it at all?
I don't think I did.
Okay, so I'll pop it open on my screen and we'll see.
Yeah. Why don't you? I'll turn things over to you. You've got a pretty good handle.
And I think I probably have to push something. Sorry, I'm not so good at this stuff. Share screen.
Let Cy do it. We'll be out of trouble in no time.
Yeah.
Does this work?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Can you guys see this? Like, is this big or is this teeny?
Yeah, bigger would be nice.
Okay, let's do this.
Thank you.
Whoa.
Okay. My eyes like this too. So
And that's just a little too big because we don't have all.
Yeah, it's not all on the page. There you go.
what I'll do is I'll go like this far because 20 the one that ends in 22 is probably about as far as we really need to see.
Okay.
I think you want your other tab. That was last year's tab, I think.
Oh. Shoot,
Yeah.
I'm in the wrong one then. Where's 24?
The
Oh, for God's sakes.
tab at the bottom.
I don't see it. I
The
don't see
gray
the other. I think I'm in the wrong file.
Okay.
I don't see another tab, so let me just say, don't say, pop back in here. 24, 23, 24, water. New. Okay, that looks better. Do we need to share again, or can you still see it?
You need to share.
Okay, my apologies.
No problem.
On. There we go.
There you go.
Okay, that's in the right tab. I don't even know how I got that other one open. I was in the same folder. Okay. All right, and I'll just make it a little bigger. This one doesn't look too bad. So the first question that Valerie asked me is, where did you get your numbers? So I got my numbers from the fiscal year end 22 report. So the one that's ending on period 12, budget status report, water department. So that's literally where I got the number. So like I didn't come out of my head with the actuals for the year ending for 2022. Those had to be populated in order to see how we did since the last set of budgets. And then the actuals for this year are really just through the end of the 10 of 12 periods. So we're really only through period 10, which is through the end of April of 2023.
Which is about 83% of the way through the budget.
Yeah, so we're only 10 out of 12 months through. So I did realize in doing the sewer this year, I got a little deeper into the questions, and once we dip into that one, you'll see what the reveal was, which was a little bit upsetting, but it is what it is. So hey, there's nothing quite like budgeting with 10 out of 12 months of data. So at least I know that the actuals for the previous fiscal year are accurate to the actual budget reports, and that the actuals to date through the end of month 4, which is 10 out of 12 periods, is this. So I have to just take those, divide by that, that's 3 out of 4 quarters, and then multiply that out times 4 quarters to say that the estimated annual revenue for this year should be around 336,304. We budgeted 335,874, so we're within just within $1,000 of what we had planned. So we're pretty darn close on the revenue side. And then if we scooch to the bottom, we're at actuals 272,999 out of, hold on, 262, yes, 272,999, meaning we have 3/4 of the money in, and we've spent just a little over that, and we have paid the entire bond payments. So you can see that all the bond payments are out, and that everything else is somewhere around the similar 10 out of 12 months. I can tell you for contracted services, we don't plan on doing any other projects until we get into the new fiscal year. 52,063 has been spent in contracted services, and we've underspent in supplies. I always kind of break those out as a budget with the 2 pieces, knowing it's going to be somewhere around $70,000 to $85,000 to fix all of the stuff that comes up every single year between leaks and fixing valves and fixing curbs and replacing the town side of services, etc. The other item that I saw that was quite high, and I know I probably, if you think about the last 4 months of board meetings, up until about 4 weeks ago, I kept going, guys, there's a huge leak. The water usage is huge. The pumps are running constantly. It was like months of me kind of in a panic. that's what happened to the power bill. So we spent 27,634 in 10 months, and that's because those pumps were running like 12 hours a day for 3 months this winter. And it's because the leaks could not be found in the snow. So that was why once the snow melted and we could get that leak detection specialist here, we hammered on fixing it the following week.
But Jill, didn't we also last year approve, we went to different size pumps?
They're not different sized. We added VFDs, which are supposed to be magical in saving electricity. All they do is start them up slower. They still run the same number of hours.
I thought something about the piping was different. So they would match up.
No, yeah, so we could have, so the pumps could go in and out, the same pump went in and out, but it doesn't affect the size of the motor.
But if we
No, that's just so that they weren't the same size, so you couldn't have a spare on the floor that could go in either spot. You had to have a 4-inch spare and a 2.5-inch spare, but we never needed a 4-inch pump. So we changed the plumbing to be able to have them the same size, so we only needed a spare on the floor that could fit in either spot.
Okay, I was just wondering whether the 2.5 versus the 4, it pump more, it has to run more to get the same volume of water up the hill to the reservoir from the 4-inch.
They both do about 512 gallons a minute.
Okay.
So it was that the other pump was oversized.
Draw the chlorine contact.
Yeah, it was oversized and butterflied down. So it was like pushing against a butterfly down valve, and it would empty the chlorine contact tank too fast.
Okay, and then can you go to the top of the page for the revenue?
Yeah.
If that act right there, 252, 228, if that's 10 months, that's roughly
336.
No, it's 3 quarters. So water bills go out quarterly, so it's right
Oh,
there.
okay, so
It's this
that's
one
3 quarters
divided
and
by-
not 10 months.
Correct.
That's not 10 months worth of revenue?
Nope, that's 9 months worth of revenue.
Okay, all right, I was looking at
That makes it look,
25,000.
that makes it look even better. So there's technically another third of 84 in there for month 4. The next billing will get done. Well, the next read will get done June 12th through the 16th. And the awesome thing is Sharon already got the consumer confidence report out. So usually we're like cranking to get that read done as fast as we can so that she can get the bills together and get the consumer confidence report out before the July 1st deadline. But it went out with the March bills, which is awesome. I mean, we'll still do the read just as quickly. It's nice to not have that added other pressure.
And then Sharon, I asked you the question about, it's very little number, line number 10, in actuals in 21-22, only $150 for the Sugarwood revenue. Was that just coded
Yes,
wrong?
I haven't had a chance to look at it.
Oh, okay.
But I will.
Thank you. All right.
Jill, when you go down to expenses, you have the contracted services and the operating contract is your fee. The contracted services is any additional extra that you guys do and bill us that goes under that line.
Or
Us
anybody
and
does.
others as well. So like there was $4,500 for the leak detection service. So that's in there, and any other fee that's any other contracted services that get that need to be done for the water company. So some years a lot of this is us, and other years it needs to be other contractors because there's other things that have to get done on the water for the water company.
And under the
Like
revenue side,
like we had it-
under the
we had
revenue
it-
side, under the revenue, I'll back up to the revenue side.
Well, wait a minute, can we go back to that for just a second, sorry. So we're already over budget in 2022, 2023 for contracted services?
Now, let me explain something to you. So when I put the budget together, I put 35,000 for the supplies that are for the fixes and 50 for the contracted services for labor, knowing that it's $85,000 to fix all of the things that go wrong. Sometimes the parts are more expensive. Sometimes they try to get the parts in as more expensive. Together, we're under on supplies and slightly over on contracted services. So as far as like these two, they work together. That's just in my You can't replace a hydrant without buying the hydrant and installing it.
Mhm.
You can't replace the valve without buying the valve and then installing it. So, I don't know.
Mhm.
This, to me, it's like, yeah, this is like $2,063 over, but this is also like 16, almost 16, 15 to under.
It's basically.
About 20,000.
Time and materials is what it boils down
It's
to.
20,000 under.
That's, yeah, that's how I look at it. So it's like where I see us as like significantly over is in the power. And that's pretty much it. Those are the spots where it seems like we just kind of went outside of our budget. So I didn't necessarily put the power as much higher this year because the giant leaks were fixed. The last 3 are identified. I did put together a budget for contracted services for this year. And I want to tell you already, we already know a number of projects that need to be done, and we won't try and do them until we cross the fiscal year because we don't want to overspend, and they're not emergencies. But we have, so in the current year's budget, I carried an amount of money to change out the hydrant. There's a flushing, I guess it could be called a flushing hydrant. There's a flushing device at the end of Firehouse Drive that needs to, in order for that to be properly protected, be turned into a fire hydrant. We already own the hydrant. It just, the work needs to be done to change out that appurtenance. There's, yeah, it's a blow off. It's a large blow off, like a 6-inch blow off. There's the 2 valves that are on Pump House Drive that did not want to seat when we were replacing the leak and the hydrant and the valve. So we ended up having to do an active replacement of the hydrant and the valve, which was incredibly stressful and incredibly time consuming. So though, in order for us to change a pump at the pump house and to do anything else at the bottom of the system, which is the highest pressure zone, we're gonna have to replace those valves. There's one over by where the water comes in, and there's one at the end of Pump House Drive. So that's something that we're gonna want to address in this next fiscal year and not forget about it, because we will be remiss if we're unable to deal with emergencies at the pump house and not able to shut the water off. Again, it's the highest pressure zone that we have. Everybody hears us say that the water pressures in town are like maybe 90 to 100 PSI. And Cyrus, what is it at the pump house? It's 172. It's significantly higher. It was insane. Someday I'll send you guys a video of what it was like to make that repair. There are still 3 leaks that were identified in the leak detection survey. None as large as the 2 that were fixed that week. One was fixed at the school, which was their customer service leak and did not impact the water budget, but it did impact our leak that we were having. That one was probably 40 gallons a minute, maybe more. And the one that was right on Pump House Road, which was probably more like 50 gallons a minute, wide open. So I'm pretty delighted to say that pump time is way down. And, you know, 1 run cycle every day to every 2 days, and then 2 run cycles every 2 to 3 days. So and a run cycle is maybe 5.5 to 6 hours. We were like 2 to 3 run cycles a day. And then, so those are the leaks that are left that are repaired. There's one on South Street that was identified. There's probably a customer service leak. It could be on either side. And then one on the corner of Pleasant and Taylor that's likely on the town side.
Hey, Jill, a couple questions.
Yeah.
So you've got your supplies, you're putting it down minus 8.6%. What's the reason for that? Are we just trying to balance in terms of what our revenue is coming in, or are we not going to be using as much supply as you think?
Let me see it. Let me see it, because
Number 23.
Let me just look at it here. No, I didn't mean to do that. Let me fix that. So what I tried to do, we did use a lot less budgets this year. I wanted to try to put as much as I could into the capital improvements.
Okay.
So they are right here.
Well, no, it's a combination. So number 23 is supplies. So you had it as you took it down to 32 from 35. And then, yeah, there's for capital improvements, it was at 47. And now you're putting it down to 30.
It's this. It's because there's 18 right here. So I did
Oh,
ask
so it's
this.
splitting out into capital
Yeah.
equipment fund.
Yeah, so I asked
Okay.
Anthony, Valerie and I have asked Anthony, can he explain to us what the difference is between capital improvements and capital equipment fund? So I am carrying still 48, which is making sure that money's getting put aside for the big stuff that we have no idea is gonna happen.
Yeah.
You know, it
And
could be planning for who knows what.
And then what about that supply line row 23?
No, I think I do need to put it back at 35 because like a hydrant is $5,000.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Like you don't want to, and if you're balancing the supplies line with the contracted services line, seems like you might run into issues.
Yeah, then you gotta take that out somewhere.
Let me see this one. Well, we haven't been having to do as much to the building. I could take it out of there.
And what's the reason why this budget has to balance out? Have to be the same? Why can't we have
enterprise fund?
It's an enterprise.
Oh yes, thank you. I think
Don't you
probably
want
tell
a
me that
balanced
every year.
budget?
Yeah, I was gonna
Well,
say the top and the
I would
bottom
like-
always have to match.
I would like more money for us to be able to repair the damn thing, and actually, you know.
So, Jill, my question, I mean, you might have put it down because you said the one hydrant you have to replace, you already have.
Right, but then tell me how you guys want me to proceed, because I was asked to please make sure that 2 hydrants are replaced in the system every year.
Whoa.
So I have it in the budget. See?
I have never seen.
You must have a Mac.
Well,
Oh, I
Jill,
do. Does it keep dropping it?
No, it is.
No, it looks stretched out. I think Jill's getting sucked into our water system.
The vortex, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Resume share. How's that?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
I
You're
would
probably gonna have to stop sharing.
Yeah, stop your share and bring it back up.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Yes,
Sorry.
I do have a Mac. I can't.
What was happening?
It minimized, I think, and it caught something in the.
So I'm trying to carry the previous requests, and if you guys want to change how you're doing it, then we can, but.
Well, I made that statement a few years ago, when we used to replace 2 hydrants a year, but I think our thinking needs to, if Steve's proposal earlier in the evening comes to fruition, then those will get replaced as we do a street.
You're right.
So we may not need all that, you know. And I'm looking, as we walked Pine Street the other day, you know, I saw 4 hydrants that could go right into the repair pile. And if someone hits a hydrant that a street's gonna get replaced in 5 or 10 years, that you could put a used hydrant there instead of a brand new one. And so I don't wanna see those fire hydrants. I asked the question to Eric, I'm not sure why we're replacing those hydrants, but it's all part of the bond. I get that, Steve, no disrespect, but those are fairly new hydrants. They're not some of the old 2.5-inch clunkers around. But, you know, as we replace, as he called it.
They're 1910 instead of 1905.
There might be 1970s or 80s.
We do have
the one on the Kimball loan was replaced.
Yeah, all of the hydrants are updated in the asset management spreadsheet. Two years ago, we hit that one hard because we were trying to figure out, all right, if we're gonna do 2 a year, which ones are the worst? And also just going through and making sure that everything was getting its love every single year. So we put numbers on the hydrants, so they're all labeled. And they get a little bit of TLC throughout the year, but they're pretty well accounted for in the asset management plan, which is a big giant spreadsheet. And pretty soon you'll have all your services in there too as another tab. So the spreadsheet's already being developed. It just hasn't been put in as a tab to the asset management spreadsheet, but that is the ultimate goal. So I do have 2 hydrants in there, but if we are to a point where there's really only 2 that I just am scared to ever touch, and the rest of them are relatively decent, And if we are doing the west side and the east side improvements, that's gonna take care of like 50% of the rest of the hydrants that may or may not even be that old.
50, I would hope we'd take care of more than 50%.
Your east and west side, it's what,
They still
5
have north and
lines?
south side. They do. What you're doing.
What do you call it, east and west?
So on the west
East and west
side,
and north of,
Well, the west side is that list.
S
So the
from
west
Main
side-
Street to north?
the west side is the list that Steve just gave you for the
Yeah.
2 years of construction, and then the east side is that, remember that big spreadsheet that you guys were looking
Right.
at like a month ago? Those
There
are
ain't
the,
much south of Main Street.
Well, now you got Rocky Dale and that whole section down through there.
I would dare to say it's more 65, 75%, but that's
Okay,
just
yeah.
guessing.
I was gonna say Rocky Dale's got one new hydrant, that's pretty spiffy. It's a little high, but she's spiffy. So
With a
if you
4-inch
want me
main to
to,
it.
if you want me to bring that down to 1, it gives us more for unplanned emergencies.
Let me
Also-
ask you this, do you have a hydrant? Is there a hydrant set aside right now if one got hit tonight or tomorrow?
One.
Or June, July 1st,
She said she
One.
has one.
so.
Yep, there's one, but once that one gets installed, for instance, at the end of Firehouse Road or Firehouse Drive, we won't have a spare new one.
And tell me why that's gotta have a blow off when that connects to the, that makes the loop all the way down to Woodland Apartments?
I don't
Can't
think it
use that.
needs to go, I don't know.
Why
But
does
no,
that have to, why can't the hydrant down at Woodland Apartments, the dead end, be the blow off?
No, but where it goes down to Woodland,
Taking it out and putting a hydrant in.
no, it's a dead end down there. Woodland Apartments is further to the right behind the firehouse.
Right, no, but it goes down, that line leaves West Street and goes down past the fire station, down past NRG's new building. or
Yeah, there's a
whatever.
blow off there on top of the hill.
There's 2 lines.
Remove the blow off.
There's 2 lines. The one that goes to Woodland, after you get to the new sidewalk, it takes a sharp right and it goes through, what's that thing called?
The
It
vault,
goes through the vault
pressure
and then
reducing
there's
valve.
another air blow off and then it goes down. So it's actually kind of like behind the new building is the water line down to Woodland, and the water line that goes to the end of Firehouse Drive stays on the side of Firehouse Drive. There's 2 lines there. One goes
So
like
you're
this,
putting a
the
fire
other
hydrant
goes-
in for future use, basically.
I believe they
Possibly
need
could
it
be
for
also-
fire, I believe they need it for fire protection for that, for those
New building?
businesses.
Okay,
And then it's just carrying money in the budget for, having to replace valves that fail and having to replace curb stops and valve boxes that get, ripped out, broken, buried, bent, plowed over, etc. And then unplanned emergencies, just carrying money for that because unfortunately they happen. So that's that. Oh no, did it go away again?
No.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, so
So
this.
Jill,
is
where
one-
does that $85,000 show up elsewhere?
Right here.
50,000 in contracted services and 35,000 in supplies.
I see.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
I actually want to carry this as 50 solid. And again, they're budgets. Budgets are plans and then reality happens and then we have the actuals. So in my opinion, as long as this bottom number and this top number, as long as the bottom number doesn't get bigger than the top one, I feel like we got it. We didn't break
Jill,
the
just so you
budget.
know, you're not on the budget.
yeah, you're not on the budget.
You're on your, well, it's a budget, but it's your detail for your supplies and your contracted services.
So you're not seeing this one. I'm gonna stop share and share again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You just have to be on that screen when you share.
Okay. This one. Oh, I see. I see. Because
Here
it's
we go.
sharing a sheet versus a okie dokie.
Yeah.
That's fine. So I don't know. I don't know that it makes sense to increase the water rates because you're gonna take on, after you finish your construction projects, your new bond payment will start whatever period after that, and you're gonna have to account for that in your budget, and then they're gonna go up, like 10% and then 25 or 50%. And I don't know if you wanna like offer
Well,
that
what-
now.
Will that bond payment be in 2023, 2024?
No.
Right.
The year
Won't
after
we do
that.
until after July 1 of 24?
20.
Yeah, because you
24,
will,
25.
yep, yep.
Okay.
But also, we're going to have a lot of new customers tied in and more connection fees coming in, and
I hope so.
with
From
the
where?
the Stony Hill Business Park, the apartments there, and a lot of new housing development happening in the service area.
Now, is that far out, I should know this, but all the 20 unit apartments, but that's one master meter?
Correct.
20
Right,
meters.
so you're not gonna have on a bunch of
There's only
bunch of new
one,
connections from there.
lot of water. but
They've
only
already
one
paid their
customer.
connection fee.
Right, but only one reading.
No, two. No, it's better.
There's
I think
a,
there were three meters in that particular one.
yeah, I
Is
think
it
there's,
three
I think
buildings?
there's,
Right. 3 buildings.
Or 4
yeah,
buildings.
I think there's an 1.5 and a 2-inch. And then I think there's a 6-inch that's gonna end up a 2-inch in that new building that's getting built on the right. So, but as far as water use, I don't know what their planned water use is at each. I know for residential, they're gonna have, their showers and their toilets flushing and their laundry and stuff like that. So that should probably be equivalent to 20 residential users.
One question I have regarding revenues, connection fees. I think we had a conversation a while back about connection fees being allocated to the capital reserve fund rather than being built into the operating budget. So if that's a direction we're going to go, then we shouldn't include them as a revenue in the operating budget, especially since we don't know, it's fairly unpredictable from year to year what connection fees might actually be. So that revenue would automatically go into the reserve fund.
Well, and if you want to think of them more as like an impact fee, like every time you add another user to your water system, the amount of water you have to produce goes up. That's where I could see that working, because you're saying this is an impact fee. You're increasing the size of our water system, and eventually it's going to say, oh, now you have to do 4 of these a month. Oh, now you need to have a water tank that's this much bigger. Now you need a bigger storage tank, etc. So you're saving up for that point at which you cross the threshold to the next level of pain.
Well, that's kind of the rationale of it, them going into the capital reserve fund. So I'm not sure how we reconcile that. And then in this particular budget, the actuals on line 11, that $9,400, that apparently reflects recent connection fees rather than having been put in the other line for some reason.
I think that's, how when we do repairs on both sides of the customer service, I have a feeling that's what so in this number, by the way, that's the customer side too, and then it gets billed to the customer and back to you, and I think that's this line.
Well, Anthony said in an email this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm here actually, sorry. The miscellaneous rev right now, those are the connection fees. I mean, maybe we need to go farther into it, and if we have to divide between like what we had to do versus what the resident had to pay for, but that number correlates to the other half of line 9 with the service connection fees. The reason why I hadn't transferred any of the additional connections after August was because we were trying to figure out whether or not where the connection fee money should go. Because if we're gonna switch it, I'd rather try to do it once. And if I have to switch it over to the capital funds, I need to transfer the money out of one bank account into another. So I wanted to wait until we actually confirmed which option we were gonna go for.
And speaking of that, Anthony, down further below, there are 2 line items now for capital. There's capital equipment and capital reserve. How do you remember how that came to be 2 separate lines?
Equipment, I think the rationale behind it when it initially, I didn't quite put it on like from what I remember, and I thought we had discussed at one point. I don't know whether this was more of a concept hypothetical prior, but one is equipment. Equipment is kind of what you use year round. Improvements are what you do essentially once.
The
So-
capital reserve line item was intended to reflect the allocation from the operating budget to the reserve fund. It doesn't reflect the actual expense of capital stuff.
And we could probably just combine them again. Where, I mean,
Neither
yeah,
one
we
say
could
the
do a
word
similar thing
reserve,
with
though.
the police.
Because in the prior year's budget, it was that there was just one line item called capital reserve fund. And that reflected the transfer from the operating budget to refresh.
I mean, we can keep doing that, because I remember what you're talking about, because we do a similar thing in the police budget.
Yeah.
Reflect capital, so yeah, we can just include it into one.
Okay, so can I change this from capital improvements to capital reserve, or is capital, because to me, when I hear capital improvements, I don't think of a reserve fund.
Right. Yeah, because there's no line item now for capital reserve fund.
Which worries me, because we're trying to save like a bunch of money every single year so that we get a bigger bunch of money for like if we needed to do something that was $500,000.
Well, there's a separate capital reserve fund for that. That's not reflected in this budget.
The money that's moved out into the actual,
right?
It's demonstrating the expense of taking that money out and putting it into the capital fund.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, we would just you can combine both of them. I don't.
And is that? I think what Jill wants to know is that the reserve fund in there though.
Yeah.
That 30,000 that she's got in there goes into the reserve fund.
Yes.
Can I put the 18 below it in there too, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to do. I
think originally when the concept was conceptualized, we had thought of, oh, wait, so if we needed to demonstrate the difference, how much would it actually be per section? Even though necessarily it's not for, because I mean, the reserve fund's the reserve fund's the reserve fund. It's not like we separated into two. So I think that was more of a hypothetical situation initially.
So if you just call it capital reserve fund, it can be used for equipment or improvement.
Yep.
Yeah, because the actual capital reserve fund is a separate thing.
Yep, this is just demonstrating
where the actual expenses would be coming out of.
Yep.
I'm getting at that point where I'm tired and I'm not.
I know, I was just about to say, getting mindful of the time.
All right, I guess will you guys want to dive into the sewer one for a moment here?
Can I ask just a quick question? I know it's late, but, where am I looking at? Meters and
Right here, meters and
touchpads.
Yep.
You've kept it at 2022, 122, you spent 7,100. This year you spent almost $4,000 and we're still keeping it at $2,000. Why?
Let me put that to, you know what, can I go down to one hydrant and add 5 to this? If I can take a hydrant out of the big plan, then I can put more into meters and touchpads, because yeah, we've been doing a lot of the changes and we've last ordered 3 cases. Because we've been trying to hit hard so that the actual water read would have a read on every single meter.
How many touchpads do we have left to replace?
We have 700 and I think we've probably done about 150.
God.
I would take 5 from there and put it there.
I'm gonna change this. And I'm gonna put the difference, 341, 336, 913. Okay, I'll put the difference in this one right here. I'm gonna end up something like 339, 275, 341. Maybe it's like, I'm trying to get this bottom number to match, 339, 913.
Well, how could it not match if you took out?
You
5
took
of
5
that?
and you added it to
It
2.
didn't match before.
Because I changed this to 35 and I had it at 32. I've been making edits throughout as you guys have made commentary, because I'm trying to make this I'm trying to make this be what you guys want it to be. I just kind of took last year's budget, this year's actuals, and then kind of what's the sweet spot between the two to create a budget for this year.
We're still not looking at an increase in the water rate, so.
I wasn't thinking that we should. I think next year that's gonna hurt, and I kind of want to give people a year of reprieve. But it's up to you guys. If you want to save more this
We
year.
didn't raise them last year, did we? We didn't raise the rates last year, did we?
No, or was it 2%? Or
I think we did.
Yeah, we did.
Let me look.
2%.
Here. Nope. This does not include any increase in the billing rate, only shows an actual estimated revenue, which is 3.1% above last year.
I didn't think we did. We just knew we were gonna get new customers for here up on North Street and.
So, I mean, you guys can if you want to, and then we can put more into the capital reserve fund. I just, and maybe get people used to it, because once you get your next bond vote, it's gonna go up.
And just what I'd like to know as a water user, and Darrell is a water user, is next year, if we go through with the Pine Street, start paying that pond, is it, I'm gonna shoot a number out, don't hold me to it, 5% increase. Or if we raise it 2% this year.
2.5% next year.
And 2.5% next year. We're halfway there. I'd rather pay a little now and then not a huge jump next year, or it's just, I'd like to know, Valerie, by maybe our June meeting, when we're gonna vote on the budget, what that would.
Yeah, but you don't want to do it 2% this year and then 5% next year.
But if we don't do anything this year, will the 5 be a 7 next year? That's what I'm asking. That's all.
It
I know it's
depends
hard
on
to
what
predict.
loan forgiveness they give you on Pine Street.
Right.
Yeah.
They give us as much as they did
That's
on West Street. I'm not holding my hand on
Yeah.
that. Right, Baker? We're still pretty buttered about that, aren't we?
Still pretty sore.
Yeah, we swallowed a lot of, we wiped off a lot of egg on our face that night.
Yeah, so how much to increase percent in anticipation of new bond vote payment?
Right.
3.
We can look at it and see. I could have sworn it was something like a 10% increase to do Pine Street, and it's almost like a 50% increase to do your west side.
Still be less than my cable bill a month.
I think I remember it being $8. I think we had thought if it came out to the construction, to the full project cost, it was gonna be something like $8. Was it $8 a month or $8 a quarter?
Mine would be $8, and mine bill's about $85 a quarter. So 10%
I think
be
it was
$8.50. I don't see that. I realize I'm not a huge user, and Mount Abe will probably shoot me for it, but I don't
Yeah,
see
I
that
think-
as,
Yep.
we can't let this system fall apart.
Yep, I think you're gonna end up, once your bond vote comes through with a 50, if you were to get about 50%, you're gonna go about 10% up, so that would be next year, a 10% increase in costs.
My God. Why don't we get more executive?
Anyways, how do you guys want to deal with this before the next meeting where you're presenting it to the public?
Like this one question, I go back to the connection fees, how we want to reflect those in the operating budget, if at all, or what?
I guess I'd go back to Jill's point about it. If right now we never took on any more users, and we just muddled along like we're going, try to replace some pipe, we never need a new storage tank and this and that, but if we take on our new users, and they say, well, that 750,000 gallon tank's now gotta be a 1 million gallon tank, and it's gonna be 2.5 million, those, let's say 100 more users should help, they've increased that to that size. So not that they have to pay that 2 million, I get that, but they should, and the connection fee should reflect that, yeah, 100 new users help pay for the new improvements to that system, not new
And that
piping.
supports the rationale of allocating those revenues to the reserve fund.
Right.
And not reflecting them in the operating budget.
Right.
Okay, so we're gonna say that these connection fees right here, water service connection fees, should get put into the capital reserve.
I think
Did I
that
get
makes
right?
sense.
Okay.
So weren't we getting, Valerie, correct me if I'm wrong, $750 per connection fee?
You know, it's
$500
500?
base plus the actual expense of the meter and appurtenances and their time for installation.
It's in miscellaneous right now, Joel, if you're looking for it. That's why the number is low.
Yeah.
Well, is it or isn't it, Peter? I mean,
It is. Anthony said that's where it is.
well, I'd
Yeah.
like a little more, peel that onion back a little more, because I saw a bill for $3,800 from the customer to the house on West Pleasant Street, that I don't know if it's been paid. We've paid the contractor to do that work, but I don't know if we've been reimbursed, and is it in the 94 or where it is?
Yeah, that's a question. Where have those revenues been posted to?
Right, and that's the question I've been asking,
Right.
and Sharon's gonna try looking for that for me.
So that would make sense to be either miscellaneous revenue or reimbursement revenue or something like that.
Right.
Where
it's
was the
clear.
expense data?
And then the expense of those repairs comes out of the contracted services. Is that right, Jill?
I don't ever do I don't do your coding of your books, so I'm not
Right.
sure. I don't see the back end of it. That would make sense to me that it would go, I mean, in my accounting, if something goes in a line, it goes out the line. You know, especially if it's a reimbursement. If it comes into contracted services and then it gets reimbursed, it goes right back out.
Yep, I agree with that 100%. That's how we manage a lot of our reimbursements. It goes
Right.
against the expense line.
Yep, it's like you bought peanuts, you ate peanuts, they went in, they went out. That's just how I always would code things in my bookkeeping, but every set of books is different in what their rules are.
So in other words, you might have line items with zero, even though you might have actually spent $500 and got reimbursed $500. The line would show zero.
Well, you'd look at the detailed transaction of the actual line item and it would display that number and why.
Yep. Yep. But from an accounting perspective, the expense is zero because it went in and out and it's gone. Again, I don't do municipal accounting.
I know it's been paid, I just don't know if we've been reimbursed, that's what I wanna know.
Yep.
The
Yeah.
$3,800.
Well, if it's been paid, if it was paid to us,
No.
That I don't know. I haven't got an answer yet. I know we've paid the contracted services $3,800.
okay, so I see what you're saying. We paid the invoice, we just don't know if the
The invoice.
homeowner paid us.
Right.
And I'm not sure that we even sent an invoice yet. I don't think we have for the 3,800. We did for some other ones, but I think that one got missed.
So Joe, can I ask why the town of Bristol is doing that invoice and not you guys, if that's the client or the customers?
So
bill?
we could bill them directly. We've been billing them through you as we have the relationship, the contractual relationship with you guys and the service agreement, the insurance agreement, the contracted rates, etc. Also, it started years ago when there were other persons in the treasurer's position and there were some customers that needed to do payment plans with the town. So it was like their customer service was leaking. It absolutely needed to be replaced and they couldn't necessarily pay for the entire thing immediately. They were provided kind of a payment plan from the town. So that's sort of historically how it came to be that way. We could change it very easily if you wanted it to be.
I'm just thinking, like, if they don't pay, we pay you and they don't pay, then it's on us to have to go back after that. And it's not technically our.
Yeah, it's their, if they hired me to do it, I wouldn't get paid through the town, I'd
Right.
get paid through the customer.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we can bill them directly.
Yeah, we should at least talk about that because I mean,
the Mount Abe dig 3 weeks ago or so ago, you did bill them directly.
I have a contractual relationship with them.
Okay.
So it's.
I just want to give a time check. It's 10:35.
Yeah.
the time check was like an hour ago for
I
me.
know, I know. I'm waiting.
So we can pop the sewer budget, and if you guys want us to bill people directly, we can. We'll just have to create contractual relationships with them. So
Yeah, we can talk about that.
yeah, I guess if you guys want to get back to me on if you guys want to put any rate increases in here or not, we don't need it to justify what our expenditures are likely to be, but if you want it due to the fact that they're going to go up next year. It's not going to go towards the bond payment per se. It would go into
No, it's
capital
not.
reserve fund.
Right.
So, okay, so I guess I'll stop share and I'll open the sewer budget.
There's nothing else on this here.
Valerie, real quick, does Eric need to stay any longer? Sorry, Jill.
You're muted.
Yeah. Could you repeat that?
Does Eric need to, he's still sitting here in the back?
Oh, no.
half
He's
snoring.
sleeping.
Does he need to stay?
No, I don't think so.
We'll give you something to do. See ya.
That's why I usually stay.
Unless he's interested in the Howden Hall sign.
No.
Go.
No. All right,
Good
have a
night,
good
Eric.
night,
See you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay, so this one was a little bit trickier, meaning I'm going off these same set of reports. So the fiscal year end of period 12, 6/30/22, and then month end period 10, which is the end of April 2023. And so we come up with actual revenues of 35,564, which when I looked at that and said, if that's 10 out of 12 months, we've got a problem. So it turns out it's 9 out of 12 months based on some research that Valerie and I did with Sharon. That means that your billings for this year are only going to equal 47,418. So all I can think was, I wonder how long the wrong number of periods have been known for actuals versus the, I mean, last year we took in 52,587. And our budget was 55. The budget for the current year is 56. We're only going to have taken in 47. So I don't know if people just aren't using as much water in the sewer district, or what is
You got
Uh-huh.
going
more
on.
grease than the water.
We're
Sound like
getting
you're
just,
using more.
yeah, we're just getting a ton of loading and not a whole lot of water. So basically what we're ending up with is just a massive amount of money that's needing to get spent to clean out the septic tanks and the grease traps. Like $21,000 of this is that. And then we did 2 of the larger projects. We had to replace the 90-degree bend in the splitter box, and we had to do that huge swath along the septic field. So those were 2 big items in last year's inspection report. And this year we still have to do the rebricking of that nasty burnt structure, which will be like a deep, deep wash, a plugging, bypass pumping, and rebricking and mortaring that structure. So that, again, we won't do till the fiscal year entry, but you know, we're still looking at a budget of like 60,000. There's still debt retirement going on of like 12,500 paying for when the sewer system was put in. And I don't know when that goes away. That'd be nice if that went away. I don't know when it finally stops, but basically we're short almost $15,000. So you would need to increase your billing rates 26.5%. Then we got to thinking about high strength waste users, the cost of pumping out the grease traps, the fact that it's the high fats and high solid waste that's really making it so we're having to pump twice versus once. And you know, if it's $375 per grease trap per quarter, and sometimes even more than just quarterly, why don't we just go ahead and assess a $375 per high strength user per quarter fee and leave the sewer rates alone? That would get us the 15,000 that we're missing, and it would put an actual high strength waste fee on the 10 users that are killing us.
Do we have data on those 10 users to accurately show that it's them, because I can see us presenting this and one user might say, well, that's not us because we have our grease traps.
So the data isn't so much quantitative as far as we've taken samples. The data is categorized. So your restaurants, your breweries, your laundromats, etc., those are the ones that are going to be high strength waste because of what goes down their drain.
Or the laundromat
The laundromat doesn't,
doesn't,
no.
that doesn't go down the drain.
Just the toilets
No.
go to the.
It's just their toilet? Okay, so I guess we're down to 9.
Is that including Shaw's?
Oh yeah, they've got a restaurant. They're frying chickens and wings and
I
fries
think they're
and
one of the
everything else.
biggest ones.
Yep. I don't know, it was just a thought, like otherwise you're gonna increase everybody 26.5%.
Yeah, to say the, you know, the corner store or the bank or, you know, and I work for the bank, but, you know, or Kimball's Office Supply, who just has a toilet and maybe sink to wash their hands in, to say 26% versus, but I don't think we should put it all the 375. I've been willing to go, you know, 300 to 50 somewhere on the big users that are grease trap related. That
Right,
nasty.
that's not gonna solve the actual problem of the
No, it
grease
isn't,
going
Darrell,
into
you're
the
right.
system. Is that the
No.
answer?
No, we have way more than one problem. We have the
But-
grease coming into the system, killing it, and then we have the fact that there's not enough revenue to actually pay for this wastewater system.
And then there's not even any revenue that you talked earlier about getting that lady to get into the crappy stuff, to do the testing.
I'm trying to get her to do it for free because she works for the state, but
Yeah,
yes,
but-
you're right. That doesn't
Room for
include
that.
paying for all that extra sampling. This is just the regular, June and September sampling. So,
I think the high user charge makes sense. There's
Okay.
justification for that. It saves the rest of the users, as Joel said, who are minimal users, like the bank, like Kimball's.
But there again, like a Shaw's is not gonna, is gonna produce way more than the corner store, cause they're not.
You mean
know,
Tandem?
The
It's not
Tandem,
corner
they're
store.
not in
Some
there.
call it corner store.
Well, I don't think Tandem's necessarily on that list. Snaps would be on the list. The Bobcat would be on the list. Covers would be on the list. Tandem's probably not on that list.
The cafe.
Yeah.
they're
The
actually on my
bakery
list. They have a grease trap. They're on my list.
Who's that, Tandem?
Tandem?
Tandem is,
Okay.
Jill? Or-
I could have, they would have because they used to cook it there.
Right, so they, just because they have a grease trap doesn't mean that they're
High producers.
high producers, I guess is my.
Can you qualify or quantitate what each one of them produces, Jill?
You'd have to do data. You'd have to collect data. So basically what you could do is you could just, hit everybody hard and then spend a year just collecting data and then redo your ordinance and redo your rate structure, or you can go into debt 15 grand. I just was like,
What about if you said, use the benchmark of 375, that's so many thousands of gallons a quarter. So that small Tandem user, or maybe Walkies, somebody, I don't know if they are small users, versus a big user, would pay, according, maybe one of the smaller ones would pay 250 and the bigger ones might pay 400.
So if we took everybody that had a grease trap and took that 375 we'll use 10 for sake of easy figures. Take that 375 for 10 users, $3,700. And then we divide that by the use and you know how much they're using, correct?
Yes,
By the water?
yeah, we just don't know the strength of their waste yet.
But if we're calling them a high strength user because they have a grease trap and did it based on their use, that would be fair for the time being.
Well, and I
As
just
fair
have
as we
to,
could get
in full
without-
disclosure, the sewer system are paying $375 a quarter for the exterior grease traps to be cleaned out. You're not paying to clean out.
The users are not
exterior.
paying that, the town's paying that?
This sewer system is paying for the exterior grease traps to be pumped a minimum of quarterly. They're not paying for the interior ones because there's no access to them and it's not written that way in your ordinance.
So the 375.
How many exterior ones do we have?
4, she's saying.
You have 6 users that have interior that are supposed to be cleaning them as often as needed. Some are quite small. The
Yeah, we
reality
can't
is
just start cleaning them.
Yeah,
No,
the
we can't.
reality is if the grease traps aren't catching all of it, if it's because what happens with them is that it's warm, it passes through, it doesn't float, it doesn't sink, etc. It ends up coming down to the sewer field and it ends up in our splitter box and it ends up going to our leach field. So it's in the splitter box is where we take those samples for the BOD, the TSS, the fog. That's our effluent for our facility. That's what goes to the leach field. So that's,
We need to figure out a solution to this.
Yeah.
it looks pretty
Because the
awful.
rest of the users are gonna pay dearly for it.
Yeah.
I put a link in the chat to the Bend, Oregon high strength system. Jill and I haven't had a chance to really dive into their methodology, but it looks very thorough and it looks very comparable to maybe a different scale in terms of the size of the community and the size of the system, but procedurally it looks compelling. And
Can you send that link like email, because
yeah,
we can't look, we can't,
Yeah.
I mean, we only got one connection here, so.
right, I will. Yep.
Yeah, and just to kind of console you guys and not feel like you're being evil, if these restaurants were in another town with a direct discharge permit, they would 100,000% have to do what's called pre-treatment. They would have a little tiny wastewater facility pre-treating at each one of their facilities because that's required. They cannot discharge anything above a certain BOD, TSS, or fog to a municipal sewer system. We're worse than that. We're like a little tiny on-site septic system, and we're taking high-strength waste that we are nowhere near designed for.
Jill, what's the cost to a place to put in something like that, ballpark?
I don't even know that they could.
Lots,
Like
like tens of thousands.
For each place to do that?
Yeah, that's why it makes more sense to figure out
Yeah.
what the methodology might be and to do some testing of what the effluent from each is. Like, what are they sending to us and do it.
I'm just thinking, what if we bring those 10 highest users in for a meeting and
Just
say,
this is what's
this is what's happening,
I was just thinking the same thing.
you know, and we need a solution.
Or you're gonna
You're
have.
part,
or
you're part of the problem, we need a solution, or you're gonna be without.
Yeah.
Well, and the stinky part is the state has $3.5 million for pre-treatment. And it can be directly to these types of contributors to high strength waste, but they won't allow it to be used on a direct discharge system. Only on an indirect, only direct discharges with Nepete's permits. And I said, why? Why won't you let us use it? We're still municipal sewer. We still have high strength waste users. We're destroying the system. We need the money as much as they do. I haven't won the argument yet, but I'm trying.
Well, that's what I was thinking about, that the June 12th hearing would be a good introduction for all of the system users who choose to tune into it. To begin to get that information.
No, I think it's a point where we have to say, you have to be here.
Yeah.
We're having a meeting.
I think it
You
needs,
have to be, I mean, I'm not saying at the annual meeting, but we need to have a meeting and saying,
Oh,
you
yeah.
have to be, your attendance is required. As a user, a big user, whatever, and a restaurant owner, whatever, you need to be here.
I think that's just a special meeting with them 10.
Yeah.
It's a special
And
select
that's all
board
we talk
meeting.
about.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
at
so
10:30
picture-
at night, get started yet.
No.
Yeah, so picture that these users would all of a sudden, you know, those like cubes that you see for maple sugaring with the metal cage around them, they're like 250 gallons. They then have these on site and their high strength waste actually goes into that and they have to dispose of that at a digester or some other place because it doesn't belong in a septic system. Those are the kinds
Say,
of
here
like,
are your options. $10,000, $20,000 to do this, you know,
Or $375 a quarter, but even the $375 a quarter doesn't get us
Doesn't
pre-treatment.
fix the system.
No, we have to figure out a different solution.
Doesn't
That's just,
fix it.
that's just a Band-Aid.
Yeah, we've got,
That's just to stop the bleeding. That's not fixing the
Fixing the
problem.
problem.
yeah, we've got an A, which is that this budget is short money, the fees aren't high enough, and then a B, which is that the strength of the wastewater is way too strong, and it's because the type of waste is high strength, and it needs some type of pretreatment.
On the good news side,
What, the good?
on the good news side, next year, fiscal year 24 is the last bond payment.
Yay!
Oh, good.
Just in time
So
for
with
another
that
Just
10
in time
times
for
3,
another one.
that 10 times 375 doesn't get us to 16,000. Where's the rest coming from?
It's a quarter.
Oh,
per
that's
quarter.
good.
We're quarter times 4, sorry. Yeah, it's quarterly. Yeah, so the system is already covering.
Well, it's gotta be
375
more than that if there's only 9 users too, because
Yes.
they're out.
Yes,
We
and
just have
that's
to lift all the
awesome
users.
that the debt retirement goes away. Just in time. I mean, it's possible that there is something that could be done just before the septic tank for pre-treatment down below, but it would need to be passive in order to not be super duper expensive, meaning doesn't need water, doesn't need electricity, and can somehow magically remove DOD and CFS.
It has to, like you said,
She's got a genie in her
Joe.
pocket or something or other.
No, like you said,
They
Joe, in terms
advertise
of,
those pills all the time that eat fat. We just drop a couple of them in the toilet every day here at the office and it'll be taken care of.
Redix, and what did they say?
Yeah,
Bring
Redix.
Redix in your system.
I was saying, as you said, Jill, it's like, we have to put it back to the users, unfortunately. The system has to sustain itself, and they're contributing, they're costing us far more than what the system can handle.
And pay one way or another.
And yeah, and as you said, right, and as you said, Jill, it's other towns have this covered. They understand that and the severity of that, and we haven't realized that yet. I mean, and we're realizing it now.
Pay me now.
The consequence of failure would be catastrophic.
It would be
Yes.
really
Oh, yeah.
sad, and it's unnecessary.
Well, it
We're
wouldn't
at
be
the
for me,
point,
but.
it's probably just gonna take a year or two to really get something in place that is, yeah, some kind of pre-treatment, some kind of update to the ordinance, and some kind of way to
We've been
fairly bill that.
Yeah, okay.
To get a pre-treatment system.
Thanks, Jill, for all of that
Thank you,
work
Jill.
and
Yeah.
budget prep.
All that good news, Jill.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, thanks for the good news, Jill.
But the leaks aren't as bad, guys. You just have a lot of fog.
Okay. Okay, now you can stop sharing, Jill.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. Is there anything else that you guys need?
No, got plenty to think about.
Yeah.
Okay, and is there anything else on the agenda that we need to be here for?
I don't think so.
Okay. Cool.
Steve, that's
Have
for
a
you
good
too.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jill.
Night all.
Thanks, Jill. All right. Howden Hall sign, consider approval of a proposal to replace the Howden Hall sign. What do we got?
Okay, so I looked at the two, I said, Ian, I assume that you're trying to get it to look like the signs that enter into the town to make it uniform.
I'd like to have some connection. And
I mean, the signs, is the sign, it looks the same, like words, color, whatever, that he created, that Reg created, right? When I was looking
No.
at them, it was just the shape.
that was something that I had created. Reg had created something. He showed it to me. I chatted. I said, I'll run it by our designers that design the town signs, and they created the version that you see. He's actually altered it a little bit, and I have some suggestions.
It's falling apart, paint's all coming off of it and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it needs some TLC.
It needs, yeah, it needs to be updated.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, I'm sorry.
But it sounds like the Historical Society likes the one that Reg put together.
Correct. And that's the one that I had sent him as a suggestion.
Okay, so can you, somebody put the one up that
Yes,
we're looking at?
let me share. Okay. All right, so this is Reg's mock-up.
Mhm.
And you're losing the little ornate detail at the top of the sign, which is there now, and you're losing the curve. I'm okay with losing the curve. It's fine. It fits in with the town sign. It fits in with the library sign. It doesn't necessarily have to match the entry signs. What we do have here, the font choice, the way that it's laid out, is from Brad and Rebecca, who designed the town signs. They suggested this because I think there should be uniformity. I think we should have tie-in. It's a town building. The one thing I'm hesitant with this, because what he's done is, because of the way that the sign is going to be sized and how it's going to be attached, he's extended the edges and sort of reduced the sign size and given it a full green border. He's losing some space here above the H and the top of the thing. There isn't enough space there. It looks cramped. And so I have a couple of mock-ups that I'd like to suggest that he could take back to the board. I mean, it's a town decision. It's a town building. It's not the Historical Society's decision to do that. They've been working on it, but it's ultimately a town decision, a select board decision. But I would like to make a couple suggestions in terms of how we could, one more round that we can improve on this, and then lock down a decision and then have the sign made. Because I think it's a great thing to do. It really needs it.
With the,
Show the other picture though, there were two, show the one that you were going with the curved top.
I'm going to.
Oh, okay.
I'm working on it. So
What's taking so long? God.
It's because we're all about to fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm ready to be done.
Yeah, it's getting late. Okay, so this essentially is I mocked it up slightly differently than Reg. This is what Reg has signed, his proposal. It's using the green, it's extending the green. I've done it so the spacing is better with the Howden and the top of that. And then a proposal with the rounded top would look like this, if we wanted to keep that design. And again, I'm not married to that. I like it, and I like keeping things the same. The sign, I think that's there, is nice when it was new, but I don't mind cutting it down. My suggestion would be this. I think compared to this, I think it's too heavy with the green. I think you lose the idea of isolating the Bristol Historical Museum and making it stand out by doing the whole border green. The design that Brad and Rebecca did not account for extending the green all the way around. They didn't know how the sign would be mounted. And so what they created essentially was as an outline, which does match what the town signs have. Each of those signs have the dark green border around the edge. And so what we're doing here is that we're essentially just making it so it can be mounted and held in place at the side, left and right on both edges. The sign is printed on both sides. It's just a single layer printing on both sides. Our town signs are bolted through the front because you only see one side of them. This is both. So it's being grabbed and bolted together at the sides and being held in place. So we're extending the border around the edges and keeping it so it's framed nicely and it doesn't have the heaviness and the weight that this has. So this would be my suggestion that I'd like to, if this board is okay and they like it, suggest that Reg send it back to Reg and say would this be okay, and see if he approves of it or not. He wasn't able to attend this evening.
He probably can't stay up this late anyway.
I kind of like the one with the round top myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do as well.
And
I
it
think
doesn't
there'd be
necessarily
less rot there. The water will shed off that.
A little better.
Oh,
it won't matter. The material is like an aluminum.
Oh, it's not raw
Yeah.
material. Okay.
No, it's an aluminum. It's dye bond, like an aluminum sandwiched with some other stuff. So apparently it won't disintegrate, hopefully. But yeah, if you want to, I mean, I'm happy to propose this. This isn't the same ornate detail at the top that is there now. It's probably a custom thing that was whoever created that sign created it. It could say similar to the town signs, which is our established date for the town. It could say a date for the Howden Hall, something like that. If we wanted information there, it's an opportunity, it's a space to have information there.
So I could say, let's say if Howden Hall was established in built in 1850.
Yeah.
I could say built in 1850.
Yeah, if you wanted to do that, and I'd be happy to mock that up and propose that. And given that it's the historical museum and the historical society is in there, that would make sense to have a built date on there. It might be nice.
I'd like to see that. Built be flat and the date be, or built be curved and the date be flat, or would it all be flat?
It would probably be, you would remove maybe this ornate detail and it would just be a single or a couple lines of text. It wouldn't be curved. It would be smaller, similar to the town signs, but I can mock that up and send that to people. And this one thing I will say is that this curve is more pronounced than the sign that's there now. And it's only because I use the same shape of curve that the town signs have. It could be a little less high with a smaller curve at the top. And so it wouldn't feel like you have a lot of room at the top here, even if you had the built on or built when.
Okay.
I do like the choice of the Bristol Historical Museum as opposed to, I think it says Society now. So I think that's kind of nice. It's a clear indication of what's in that building.
Yep.
And I think Reg's plan is to redo these, the left and right repaint, I believe, and they're going to yeah, they're gonna replace the top rounded parts, which are they unscrew off and you can get new ones of those. So I think he's gonna repaint everything. And then this piece of wood at the side here, I believe another sign or flag or something was hung out. I think he's gonna remove that.
I think there was an American flag or something, wasn't there?
That used to say open, I thought.
Oh, maybe it was an open sign. You're right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's no hardware to hold anything. It's just these pieces of wood that are attached to it.
Okay. I say do it.
Mock it up and bring it back.
So mock it up in terms of the curve.
Yeah.
Or instead now the built.
And built.
And built.
Put a date in there that Reg will verify.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to talk to Reg about that. Hopefully he's not going to be too
I mean, if they're adamant that they like the other one better,
I'm gonna kick it.
I don't know if I'm not sure if the board was presented with a curved version. I wasn't part of the discussions initially, the thinking of removing the curve. I don't know if it was just easier to do to just cut it as opposed to curving it.
Certainly won't get in that one built in.
No. No, and I do like the idea of built in because we've established it on the town signs, which was there initially. It's nice to have it on buildings, especially because it houses the historical museum, I thought. So yeah, I'm happy to mock that up and then come back. I don't think they're in any rush, but I think this does. I like that Reg was receptive to this sort of design with the different font because I think it fits in really well with our town signs, and I think he really likes our town signs. So I think this would be a great addition. All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you, everyone. I'll come back on that.
All right, item number 10, consider appointment or reappointment of town officers. Appointment of Josh Crandall to the DRB alternate position. Online is listing, blah, blah, blah.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And if there's anybody out there who would like to be on the Development Review Board, we have 3 openings. I believe it's 3. And we need
Josh is moving. He was a board member. He's just moving to an alternate now.
Right. He didn't want to be a full-time member.
Any other changes to that, Val? Any new people who?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Did Michelle make the motion?
We've been here 4.5 hours. I know.
We've got those two.
I made the motion and Peeker seconded, and we all agreed.
Thank you.
We have the 2 additions, Darla.
Yep. So one was for the rec department. There was a grant request from the rec department. Valerie, do you have?
So moved. Well, I can move it and we can discuss. I'm not trying to race through these.
No,
I do have the ones
I
can. Well, we are.
Well, yes,
I can.
We've got a motion in a second.
Here, I can share this. Here it is.
Okay, there you go.
There's no matching funds.
Aye. No matching funds.
Okay, the one question I did have for this is, okay, so they get this grant, they expand their programs. Okay, next year we don't have grant funds, then what?
They change their programming.
So
Yeah.
they can eliminate this programming and don't have it anymore?
I mean, that's kind of what they've had to do this year, because it was the other guy, the other gentleman that was working at the rec department that started it, and then when he left, there was nobody to fulfill it. They tried to do a little bit, but they haven't had much funding, and it's one group that consistently, I mean, when I was there, when Jerry was there, we tried to do more and more stuff for seniors with, you know, it ebbs and flows with seniors too, of who are interested in going out and doing things and who aren't, but yeah, I mean, it's like anything else. We try a program, it doesn't work, you don't run it the next year. I mean, that would be my, I don't know, Mary, are you still here? That's the way, you know.
She was gone a long time
Yeah.
ago.
Really? That's what I would assume they would do.
Okay,
All right.
so we have a motion and a second. Yeah, I made a motion.
And one vote.
And Joel voted for it, done.
I didn't hear you say,
Well,
all
we
those in
did.
favor.
I didn't say it. Joel did.
I just said,
Don't vote it ahead of time.
Aye. All right, there we go. Okay, and then the next one was for the
It's this
lister's
one.
letter.
Yeah. Why do they need to extend, Val, do you know?
I
Is
do
there
not know.
something holding them up? Like a specific?
No, they extend it every year.
Okay.
We usually don't get the grand list done until towards the end of July.
Okay,
I
so.
used to do that when I
make-
was on the board.
I make a motion to allow them to request an extension.
Second.
Second.
And authorize Darla to sign the letter.
Sure.
Yeah, done.
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 Sure.
Not yet, not
Sure.
yet.
Not yet.
Doing it right now.
We haven't voted yet.
That's what I said. Yeah, all those in favor?
Aye. There you go, now you can sign. Boy, that was quick.
I'm speedy at signing. Review and approval of the minutes. You said, Val, you didn't get a chance to get to those?
Yeah.
No, not today.
Next time.
Okay. Authorize accounts payable warrant and any liquor and tobacco licenses.
I know there's two. There's special permits, two special permits.
Yeah, we have special event permits. We have from Wild Heart
She's got it.
Distillery. They've got June 12th, June 19th, June 26th for the farmer's market, and then the June 17th one for Pocock. And then the Bobcat submitted one for Pocock, and Groenfell Meadery also submitted one for Pocock on June 17th.
I make a motion to approve all of those.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want to
I think
vote?
no, Sharon, the ones that we're doing on the,
Mondays?
Part.
the park all had fenced in areas, right? We make sure
Yes,
that they.
the Wild Heart.
Yeah,
They've already approved one, and they've
Right,
done,
I knew
they filed
that.
for 3 additional. So
Okay.
it's for the farmer's
I thought
market, so I'm anticipating there will be more.
I thought I read that on there, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
More than likely.
Where are we? So you need a
And
motion.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm tired. Sorry, go ahead, Sharon. I'm just goofy because I'm
AP
tired.
was $64,636.83.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on to select board roundtable. Michelle.
I'm good. And even if I'm not saying
It's
anything.
Joel.
I got something, but it can wait for next meeting.
Okay.
I'm good.
You're good.
Do you want a bus shelter update, or should I wait till the next meeting?
Next
Can you
meeting.
wait, please? Thank you.
Let's wait till September, October.
I just wanted to say congratulations to the rec department. Their human powered parade goes by our house. And again, this year, it was just really fun. And you could tell the kids coming back from the school, it was a fun event. They do a nice job. And I know Brett said they had a lot of overflow at the firehouse too. So that worked out really well. So congratulations to those guys. That's it. Town administrators report.
I have nothing to add to my written report.
Thank you. Any other business, correspondence reports, correspondence received?
There's a few items listed on the website and in my TA report. I added one this afternoon. Jill, regarding the water shutoff plan for this Wednesday, that on Firehouse Drive, that would turn off the water at the fire station and Woodland Apartments for a certain amount of time.
Okay. Anything else?
Just Wednesday, do you want me to get a bus or not?
I think we can carpool.
We're just meeting at the town garage at 3,
Rain and shine.
rain and shine.
I got a
If it's
minivan.
raining real hard, the bus is just down the street, I'll grab it. Sit in the
Okay.
bus, okay.
All right,
It's raining real hard,
Postpone
we
it.
still gotta get out of the cars when we get wherever we're going, so the bus isn't gonna matter.
I'll bring my minivan. That can seat 8.
there you go.
There you go.
He's got the van. All right, meeting,
Motion adjourned.
Motion to adjourn. Aye.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks,
Thank you, Jenny.
everyone.
Good
Night.
night.
Take care, Jenny.
Okay, who signs the work in the right of way access permit?
Nobody, because we didn't get